Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the April 5th, 2022 Board of County Commissioners meeting. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, gentlemen, the first thing we have on our agenda are the approval of the minutes. Do we have any additions, corrections, or comments?
No.
Okay.
I move to approve the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County for March 29th, 2022 as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County for March 29th, 2022. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 9 o'clock, we have our first public hearing, so I guess come on forward, Sherry, and with that, Kim, would you go ahead and call the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Here.
Commissioner Copenhafer,
Here.
Administrator Powers is absent, Attorney McLaren,
Here.
Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Planning and Zoning Commission, I think I have the wrong one, will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a proposed two-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Mark Walter and Tracy Hately on property located at 27604 Road S, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 14.56 acres, more or less, located west of Highway 145, south of Road S, situated in Section 30, Township 37 North, Range 15 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, April 5th, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online service at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com, public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 15th day of March, 2022, Kim Purcell Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022.
Okay, thank you, Kim. All right, Don. That's $50 in this room.
I don't know that person.
That's okay. You're fine. We have to have some kind of comic relief in here anyway, so it's all good. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Would you like to go ahead, Don, and give us an overview, or Sherry Jane, whichever one of you want to?
Sure. So the applicants are proposing to split 3 acres off of the 14.5 acre parcel in order to possibly build a residence there in the future. Planning and Zoning had a majority recommendation to approve the application. Access is off of 145 on Road S.
Okay. And this is the conversation that we've had back and forth with CDOT, and that does meet the criteria of
Correct.
24-foot
Yeah.
minimum, so we're good there?
Yeah,
Okay.
if you didn't see the email yesterday, apparently Google Earth has this road as S.8 versus
Mhm.
Road S, so
Yep.
they were looking at a driveway.
Yeah.
So that was the confusion on their end.
Yeah, I saw the clarification on that, so, okay. Would you like the
Sure.
opportunity?
The property itself has belonged to my family since 1975. My mother and father bought the property, grew up there. They passed away. I've had the property rented off and on. My brother, he's getting ready to retire probably here in a couple of years, maybe 3. And it's possible that he would like to come and spend some time, summer, or something like that in the area. That's the purpose of breaking off the 3 acres and building a residence on that 3 acres. And then we need to sell the larger parcel just because it's more than we need to take care of.
Okay. All right, commissioners, I'll bring it back to you. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do not at this
before
time. I mean, access, that was a problem off the road, but I would think CDOT would do better and not look at Google Maps.
Yeah, look at our own GIS, it's a lot
Yeah.
clearer, which you.
I shared that with them
for
to,
them.
look at the maps that we provide and use our, GIS map viewer, cause it shows all the parcels as well as the county roads, red sign roads.
Commissioner Copenhaver?
No, I don't see any problem with it.
Okay. All right, well then, at this point in time, I will open it up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this application, come forth to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you may address the board.
Hey, my name is Andrew Rapico. I'm a civil engineer, live in Durango, Colorado. Address is 712 Eagle Pass. I guess I would open up by saying I'm not speaking for or against the application as a whole. I am representing the Fergusons who live at the end of the road here at 374 Road S. You know, they hired me to take a look at Road S and State Highway 145 access, you know, from a, you know, engineering standpoint. You know, the goal there is to compare Road S in existing condition against county criteria, review the access to State Highway 145 as it pertains to CDOT requirements. And so with that, I generated a report here. I know we submitted a PDF. I also have hard copies if anybody would like to have one to review. Each of you guys one.
Thank you.
And so I don't want to go through the report in its entirety, but I'll hit a couple highlights here of issues that I think need to be addressed, you know, prior to, I suppose, allowing land use applications on this road. You know, I think a fundamental issue here is there is not an existing CDOT access permit. You know, although they exchanged a few emails saying the width is adequate, there's quite a bit more to an access permit than just the width of the access. You know, site distance is a major issue. Grade of the intersection's a significant issue. And as I used this intersection, you know, I didn't do a full engineering analysis of those issues, but it appeared that site distance is very limited to the north. You know, if you'll take a look at the, I think it's on page 4 of the report here. There's an image of what it looks like pulling out of that intersection. And your car is actually below State Highway 145, looking north through a guardrail and through some trees. Typical rule of thumb there is the site distance pulling out of onto a major highway like this would be 10 times the speed limit. So ideally, you'd be looking and having a clear view 600 feet to the north, which it does not appear that is met. And as part of CDOT's review of this access point, they would finalize that engineering and, you know, suggest the county make improvements to address any of these life safety issues. You know, I mean, the last thing you want there is an accident. So pulling out of that intersection on a bright blue sunny day seemed relatively, you know, challenging from my perspective compared to other locations in the vicinity. So I think, you know, I think it would be in the county's interest to work with CDOT to, you know, further analyze that access and get an access permit for the land use as it sits today, which I think is 6 residential lots. In addition to, it provides access to the irrigation ditch for the irrigation company, so you've got some additional traffic there as well. So that's covers kind of the state highway access. Road S itself, you guys want to turn to page 3 of that report. You can see I took a picture of 2 vehicles trying to pass on that road, which varies in 12 to 14 feet of width. It's constrained really tightly with fences, and this was last week with no snow on the ground, good weather. You could imagine if there were snowbanks on the side, it would be even more challenging, right? And then the second picture is a county road 28.2 just to the north, and that's what a road looks like. That's 24 feet in width, which is the county requirement. Right now, Road S is 12 feet in width. If you had a wildland fire or something out there, you could potentially have a major issue with vehicles not being able to get out. So, in closing, I suppose I would suggest that the county, address further review of the access permit to the highway, and that land use applications moving forward, would address upgrading County Road S to provide for a safer access for the 6 residents there now, plus the additional resident, and plus any future development. If you're allowing development on a substandard road, I wouldn't say that that's following the guidelines in the county code or the road and bridge design requirements. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, actually, I have a couple questions for you. So
Sure.
this isn't actually a traffic study, this is just a synopsis of your opinion, correct?
It is an analysis of the existing conditions, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, not a
So-
traffic study.
Without that, Don, you said that CDOT has already given us approval for it, which is typically their lowest count. If you look at the land use code, it's 12 counts per hour, is that correct? Or
We don't have that regulation in our land
we
use.
don't have any of that. So, working with CDOT, what is it? What is it, 12 counts per hour, right? Or,
Well, it depends on the capacity of the highway. Each highway is different.
Mhm.
And really, what CDOT will look at is the amount of traffic entering and leaving during the peak hour
right,
based on land use.
right?
This development probably won't lend itself to turn lanes, that type of improvement.
Mhm.
But I think the access itself, has some grade issues and sight distance issues. I'm not suggesting that you'd need a turn lane or anything like that, but I think it could potentially be safer. And CDOT, is really the authority there for a project of this scale to provide an analysis, for a major subdivision, sure, you'd have an outside engineer do a traffic study, come up with that information. For this, this type of subdivision, you're talking basically 60 vehicles a day. I mean, that's kind of rule of thumb. As for a single-family residence, you've got 10 trips a day.
Mhm.
That's kind of universal. So you're talking 60, you go out there, it doesn't seem busy, but 60 cars a day is some traffic.
Mhm.
That's 60 turns in and out of the subdivision. It's not necessarily during the peak hour, but,
So, CDOT's given us approval on everything here from the emails that I've read, that's correct, right?
From the email yesterday, that's the way I construed it.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Commissioner?
No, I don't have any questions.
No,
Okay,
I don't have
thank
any
you.
questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Marla Underell, and I was retained by Mr. and Mrs. Ferguson to look at this application really from a legal perspective. I'm an attorney. I've been practicing in Durango for 20-plus years and have done some work over here as well. My address is 101 West 11th Street, Suite 104, Durango, Colorado. In addition to I did speak with Mr. Dan Roussan at CDOT, who has been helping Randy Reese, who's replaced Joe Heinlein in this area. And he did make a comment to me that the county was to submit an actual application, an access application for an access permit. I'm not sure whether the county has done that or not. I haven't heard from Mr. Haley. We've tried to stay in contact with Mr. Haley. So I would like the county to follow up on that, make sure that it's in contact with Mr. Rusan as far as access goes. And I'm not going to reiterate everything that Mr. Rapico said as far as access, but I do think it is a concern. I do think there are safety concerns on the road itself. It's a very narrow road. I think it'd be very difficult for the fire department to get in and out with any added traffic. I'm not sure whether the county has submitted for agency comments yet, but I think it would be important to check with the fire department as well as any, the EMTs, any other emergency access. Additionally, while this didn't appear to be the concern of the majority of the county commissioners, but planning commissioners, but Mr. Hernandez did comment, and we have raised the issue that this is a very rural area. The parcels are zoned, for the majority, they're AR 80 plus or AR 35 plus. Under the county's land use code, there is a strong preference to retain the rural character of, of this area. We've lost a lot of it in Colorado. We would like the commissioners to take a look at that. We understand land use rights. We understand the right to subdivide, but I think the county does need to consider the fact that once you start allowing subdivision, leaving an L-shaped property, carving off 3 acres, that it's going to happen everywhere in the county. And we, the Fergusons, while they are from out of state, they do value large rural parcels. They own several large rural parcels in Pennsylvania, where they're from. It's why they moved here. It's why they bought the property. So we would like the commissioners to take that into consideration. We did submit a packet to the planning commissioners. That's part of the record. I would hope that prior to final plat approval, that the county will look at those the commissioners will look at those materials and take those into consideration. And certainly, if the commissioners are inclined to approve the project, we would definitely ask that a condition of approval be the improvement of County Road S to meet the current county standards and specifications. I think that safety is of paramount importance, and so we would like to have the county commissioners take that into consideration. Okay.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
No. Right.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Okay. All right. Well, seeing no other comments, then I'll go ahead and close the public comment session of this hearing, and we will move forward. So, basically, bring it back to the commissioners, or
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Commissioner, at this point in time, as far as the CDOT access issue, I did review that email from CDOT yesterday. It appears that CDOT has checked off on this, but I would approve this today if you do decide to go that way, subject to a final approval from CDOT of that access. I think that email, I think it says what it says, but it's a little bit ambiguous, so I think we can still get more clarification from CDOT that this is okay. Certainly the way we do it in this county is in these sorts of situations, we delegate that need to provide that access permit to the individual that's applying for the subdivision. That's the practice, and so I think just following that practice, we just need to be sure that everything's good with CDOT. So I would make approval contingent on a final approval from CDOT in writing, and I think that's something that CDOT can provide.
Mhm. So do you understand what he just said, that because you are the applicant for this, the application actually has to come from you to CDOT? The county doesn't get applications for county roads?
I had originally reached out to them here, it's probably been a month or so ago, and I have not heard anything. I did send an email to someone over there, I don't remember what the name was, but I have not heard anything from anybody after doing that.
Was it to Joe or Randy? 'Cause
Randy, I believe.
Randy is still there, Joe,
It was Randy,
Retired.
she copied me
Yeah.
on it.
okay. So that actually is in play then, it's just a matter of you're waiting for a response?
Yeah, I have not heard anything from them.
Okay. All right.
I have a question. Have we been in contact with any of the fire officials to just ensure?
What
Access.
was the report on that, Jane, from?
They have not gotten back with me. I have a meeting with them this afternoon at 2:30 about some other properties, and I can ask them for a final review.
So the responses from the other agencies, which we typically send out responses for every agency to respond, do we have any of them back?
Anything from the fire district.
So that would be Dolores Fire District, right?
Probably.
Probably, yeah, I would think so. They can
Ms.
all
Duncan, did we
do it.
send something out to,
I always send agency notices to all the emergency services
And
entities within the county.
how long do they have to respond?
I sent that out 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and they have not responded.
They go out prior to planning and zoning's meetings.
Meetings, okay. And do you have any other responses from any of the other agencies?
I have some from some of the water districts, and they have no issues.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, Commissioner?
No. Uh-uh.
You have any issues?
I don't. I would move we approve this proposed two-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Mark Walter and Tracy Hately upon property located 27604 Road S, Dolores, contingent upon a CDOT access approval.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed two-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Mark Walter and Tracy Hately on property located at 27604 Road S, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 14.56 acres more or less with the contingency of the CDOT access permit. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 9:10. Oh, and I'll close this public hearing, sorry. We're well ahead of it. So, I guess, Kim, go ahead and call the roll for the 9:10.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Commissioner Lindsey,
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver,
Here.
Administrator Powers is absent, Attorney McLaren,
here?
Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a special use permit application for a wireless and internet cell tower project submitted by Farmers Telecommunications Company Incorporated, agents Shawn Sanders and Terry Hinds, on property located at 22903 Road F, Cortez, Colorado, located west of Road F, south of Road G, situated in Section 8, Township 35 North, Range 16 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, April 5th, 2022, at 9:10 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 15th day of March 2022, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022.
Okay, thank you, Kim. All right. Whoever wants to do this.
Farmers is just wanting to erect a cell tower on the property owned by Circle Z, and it's just right across from the airport. It's just to help with communications and wireless and information along County Road G. And I think it's only gonna be, what, 35 feet tall?
About 33 once we get
Yeah.
it sunk.
Yeah.
It's actually a little bit lower than the hangars
Yeah.
across the way.
And FAA has said it's okay, because it's gonna be short.
Okay.
Just answered one of my questions.
Yeah, it's not going to interfere with any of the airports.
And the height doesn't require lighting, I'm sure.
No,
Mm-hmm.
no.
No, Jeremy said anything below 40 feet
Yeah.
is no concern, and it's over off to the west, northwest.
It'll be shorter than the beacon.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
And
the-
really, the coverage is more towards McCall Canyon. That whole area back in there is where it's really, really gonna cover. You know, we have some blockage going across the road, but we can pick up a few of the businesses over in that area. But the height limitations, you know, we wouldn't really be able to boom out on the other side of the road there, other side of 160.
Okay. All right. Mr. Copenafer, do you have anything, no questions? Okay. Well, at this point in time, unless you have anything else to bring
No.
forth? Okay.
Good.
Then I'll open this up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this application, please come forward, and you may address the board at this time.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good
Morning.
I'm Gail Alexander. I live at 20620 Highway 491 in Lewis, Colorado. As you all know, I am the manager of the gun show. And I know this tower doesn't really have anything to do with the gun show, but I want to talk to you about their internet service out at the fairgrounds. I'm very, very concerned because I was told,
And so at this
I-
point, this public comment period is
This is
reserved for
just
this,
for
this
this-
issue.
I know
Issue.
that, so, but when can I talk to you about that then?
About
I have 3 more
Okay.
public hearings.
Okay, so just because you're talking with them right now, I can't talk about them with you now.
Well,
This-
if it's just for this tower
No.
on this,
It isn't. It's
Site.
about their internet out at the fairgrounds
Yeah.
during the gun show.
that would be, I'm gonna guess, the last public hearing, anyway, about 10:15,
Okay, so I'll just come back then.
approximately.
45 minutes.
10?
Okay. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Again, just to remind everybody, this is public comment, and it's specific to this application. So, okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public comment session of this hearing, and we will bring it back to the commissioners. Gentlemen, do you have any questions or
No
comments?
further questions.
I don't have a problem.
Okay.
I move to approve this special use permit and application for a wireless and internet cell tower project submitted by Farmers Telecommunications Company, agent Shawn Sanders and Terry Hinds, on property located at 22903 Road F, Cortez, Colorado.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the special use permit application for a wireless and internet cell tower project submitted by Farmers Telecommunications Company Incorporated, agents Shawn Sanders and Terry Hinds, on property located at 22903 Road F, Cortez, Colorado. Any other discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, Commissioners.
And I will close this public comment, or I will close this public hearing. Thank you.
He's here for the next one.
I'm next, too.
Well, all right, well, we can just go right into it because we're all here and the time is appropriate.
Commissioner Candelaria?
Here.
Commissioner Lindsey,
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver,
Here.
Administrator Powers is absent, Attorney McLaren,
Here.
Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing and determining recommendations to be made to the Board of County Commissioners regarding a proposed rezoning application submitted by Circle Z Construction, Agent Shawn Sanders and Terry Hinds, on property located at 22903 Road F, Cortez, Colorado, located west of Road F, south of Road G, situated in Section 8, Township 35 North, Range 16 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, April 5th, 2022 at 9:20 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com, public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 15th day of March 2022, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022.
Thank you, Kim. Okay,
This property is just needing to be rezoned. It's been operating as a commercial property for many, many years, and it's just needing to be zoned accurately. And that's it.
Yeah,
Can't
it
disagree
was,
with that.
it was a construction yard since 1980, and apparently after the land use code changed, they never responded to get it rezoned to heavy industrial, so Circle Z's applying for federal industrial zoning.
okay. Questions, comments?
No, because that whole area is zoned basically that way,
Yeah,
so
it's-
we're, I
It's
mean,
currently
why
zoned
they didn't
AR
do it?
right now, and that property has never, ever had a house on it. It will never, ever have a house on it, and it will never be used as agricultural. So it's always been a commercial property, and it needs to be zoned properly.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Monty thanked me quite a lot for doing my permit over there, and we found this, but yeah, we just want to get it right.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Well, then I will open this public hearing up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this application, please come forward and you may address the board, state your name and address for the record. Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public comment session of this hearing and I will move it back to the commissioners. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
No.
No, I
All
don't.
right. Well, what is your pleasure?
I move we approve the rezoning application submitted by Circle Z Construction Agents Shawn Sanders and Terry Hinds on property located 22903 Road F as in Frank, Cortez, Colorado.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed of a reviewing and determining, recommendations to be made to the Board of County Commissioners regarding the rezoning application for Circle Zebra Construction. Shawn Sanders, Terry Hinds on property located at 22903 Road F, Cortez, Colorado. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's zoned properly, and I will close this public hearing. How come you didn't take care of that 20 years ago?
Not my job.
Okay, we are still good. It's 9:30, so we're gonna move right straight to the next public hearing. So Kim, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Commissioner Lindsey,
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver,
Here.
Administrator Powers is absent. Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing and determining recommendations to be made to the Board of County Commissioners regarding a proposed single-lot development and rezoning application submitted by Deanne Acott Estate, Agent Keenan Lovett, on property located at 23720 Road M, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 60.18 acres more or less, located south of Road M, west of Highway 491, situated in Section 16, Township 36 North, Range 16 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, April 5th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com, public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 15th day of March 2022, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022.
And Attorney McLaren is also here at this hearing.
Sorry.
It's quite all right.
Okay, thank you, Kim. All right, do we have the applicants?
Attorney Levitt should be here.
I do not see the agent in the room.
Do you want to proceed, or?
We can proceed.
Okay, all right. Then if you'll go ahead and give us the overview, we will proceed.
The estate for N.M.P.M is just wanting to separate the current residence plus 5 acres, more or less, from the agricultural property, and the ag land will remain as ag land. And it's for estate purposes too. Ms. Acott passed away.
Okay,
The current residences in the house are gonna remain. That's her son and wife.
okay. And how is the planning commission?
Unanimous
Okay,
approval.
all right. Commissioners, any questions?
No, accesses are intact, I mean, is there?
Yes. And that house has been there for quite a while.
Okay. Well, at this point in time, I'll open this public hearing up for public comment. Anybody wishing to address the board, come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you may address the board. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public comment session of this hearing, and I will bring it back to the commissioners.
I don't have, this is, was this, did it ever go to, the court in her estate planning? Do you know?
I'm not sure if it
I
went
believe it's in process,
through the
or
process to go to probate.
Okay.
it has been through probate.
That's the reason why Keenan is involved.
Kinda what I thought, but,
And that's why we refer to
yeah,
Attorney McLaren, because through probate, you can
the judge can order.
leave
this.
divided property, but we still have to, they have to go through the process with us to divide it per the will or probate.
Okay,
I would so move we approve the proposed single lot development and rezoning application submitted by Deanna Acott Estate, agent Keenan Levitt, on property located at 23720 Road M, Cortez.
Second.
okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed single lot development and rezoning application submitted by Deanna Acott Estate Agent Keenan Lovett on property located at 23720 Road M, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 60.18 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I will close this public hearing. And I caught up. Actually, I have 1 minute to kill.
Don, are they on Zoom?
I do not have them on Zoom.
Well, let me know if they pop in, Don, otherwise I'll start it right on time.
Let me see if I can get them connected.
Okay, well, he's connecting. Kim, would you go ahead and please call the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here?
Commissioner Lindsey,
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver,
Here.
Administrator Powers is absent, Attorney McLaren,
Here.
Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a proposed two-lot minor subdivision and rezoning application submitted by James Shaner, agent Logan Vogt, on property located at 7601 Road 37, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 35.3 acres, 35.03 acres, more or less, located south of Highway 160, west of Road 37, situated in Section 3, Township 35 North, Range 14 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, April 5th, 2022 at 9:40 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com, public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 15th day of March 2022, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022.
Okay, thank you, Kim. All right, Sherry Jane, you want to give us the overview?
James Shaner owns this property. His daughter and future son-in-law, Logan Vogt, he is gifting this property to them, and they will be living there and building a house, and that's basically it.
Okay, Don, do you have anything else to add?
Nope, that pretty much sums it up.
Okay, Commissioners, questions?
No.
Access for both properties will be off of County Road 37.
37.
And it's a pretty flat stretch of road right there, so there wouldn't be any safety issues.
Okay. Planning Commission, recommendation? Okay. And then this goes back onto CDOT's highway. Do we have any comments from CDOT?
I didn't receive anything.
The only comment was if, well, it's their standard comment anymore.
Yeah.
Further development in the area that they will need an access permit application. But just to clear up with everybody in YouTube land, the county currently has no access permits from the state. We never have had, we've never been asked to apply for one until last year on Road 38.5, just east of Westford. So this is apparently their new train of thought and the new operation that they're gonna be operating by.
Their new go-to.
So as development occurs, I guess the question for you, Ian, is that just kind of a subject matter because for us to approve with that stipulation that we just currently made on the last one that CDOT has?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if somebody were to build there, they would need to get a driveway permit from our road department, and the issuance of that driveway permit would be contingent on approval from CDOT as well.
Okay.
And so, in other words, we can delegate the
Right,
need to obtain the
developer.
access permit from CDOT to the developer, landowner, et cetera. And I assume that when that driveway permit was applied for with the road department, that would be a contingency of that driveway permit being issued.
Okay.
Sounds to me like the state's gonna determine our development from now on then.
No, they're not.
Well,
I have been arguing
it's
with
our
them,
county
but-
road, and I
Yeah.
don't think
I
they got
don't
a
agree
right to
with
do
it at
that.
all. We had a meeting and we had a discussion with them, and it was kinda left up in the air that we didn't agree to do it and they wished we would.
I mean, I think ultimately, if we did run into a circumstance where the state refused access and we believed that access was safe and appropriate, and that's when you get into potential litigation, I suppose.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner?
No. I don't.
All right, well then, at this point in time, I'll open this hearing up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this application, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you may address the board.
Hi there, my name is Denise Comer. I just 6 months ago bought that property right diagonal from, so I'm just interested, I see where the dots are for that 5-acre parcel, but from my front porch, that open space is a beautiful hill with a gorgeous view of Mesa Verde, and obviously I would be bummed if a house was built right there, but we're not here to talk about my view. If that little dotted line is where the 5 acres is, then that's down the hill, and I'm super happy about that. So I wanna get along with all of my neighbors. Like I said, I haven't been there long. Sorry, like I said, I haven't been there long. And in Texas, my family has the same kind of situation where few houses of family members are on a big lot, so I get that they wanna keep it in the family. I was just interested in seeing the line, and I did look online too, but I was interested in what their plans were, and it sounds like it's the daughter and son-in-law and building a house and keeping it all kind of in the family, and so that's great. And so I appreciate y'all letting me come and talk, and please save my view. That's all I want to say.
Denise, can you state your address for the record?
Yes, I'm sorry, 7650 Road 37. And my entrance is actually on G6, but for some reason that's my address, but directly diagonal. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I will close the public comment session of this hearing, and I will bring it back to the commissioners for discussion. Gentlemen, you know, I will make one statement. It kind of goes along with what Commissioner Copenhaver said, and even to the lady in the back, that as development occurs everywhere in the United States, we have a land use code that we have to go by, and it was voted on by the people, and that's basically what we have to look at, whether you meet the criteria or you don't meet the criteria, that it's not a moving target. Right now, when these come forward, it's been vetted through the Planning Commission, and it's voted on unanimous. That means to us that it has met all of the criteria of the land use code. So I understand that, you know, nobody wants to see anything in front of their house, whether it's a car, a truck, a house, a barn, a tower. I mean, it's all relevant to somebody's perspective. However, we have to look at it that's equal to everybody, and if it meets the land use code, that's how we make our decisions. And again, it's been vetted by the Planning Commission to meet those conditions, and then it comes to us for final approval. So this obviously meets the land use code, and that's all I have to say, gentlemen.
I move to approve this proposed 2-lot minor subdivision and rezoning application submitted by James Schreiner, agent Logan Voigt, on property located at 7601 Road 37, Mancos, Colorado.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed 2-lot minor subdivision and rezoning application submitted by James Shaner, agent Logan Vogt, on property located at 7601 Road 37, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 35.03 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I will close this public hearing. You guys stacked them up today.
You're doing good.
Pull it closer to you when you talk.
Okay, It's 9:50 being set aside for the time. We have another public hearing. Kim, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsey.
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver.
Here.
Administrator Powers is absent. Attorney McLaren.
Here.
And Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a proposed two-lot minor subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Justin and Tammy Hooten, agent Marty Spitzer, on property located at 26510 Road K5, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 35 acres more or less, located west of Highway 145, north of Empire Street, situated in Section 24, Township 36 North, Range 24 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, April 5th, 2022, at 9:50 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com, public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 15th day of March 2022, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Okay, you want to give us an overview, Sherry Jane?
The Hootens have this property, within the city limits of Cortez. It's actually county property surrounded by city of Cortez. They are just wanting to separate the current residents from, the ag land and, obtain the house, and the rest will be ag land.
Okay.
I'm gonna recuse myself from this hearing since I'm related to these people in a roundabout way.
We'll come and get you.
We won't hold that against him, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Do you have anything you would like to add?
We just want to add that the main purpose and intention of subdividing is that he's nearing retirement, not me. And by subdividing, this would be able to alleviate, and we'd be able to retire on 5+ acres, and then sell the remaining 30+ or minus acres. Because currently, everything's up for sale. So, for that purpose of retirement.
Right.
Some, here again, this is one of those pieces of properties, when you start looking at all of these hash lines between the city and the county, this is,
How did this get into
gosh,
the?
how did this stay? But
We're
it
very
doesn't,
thankful that it got in here.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The only question I have really is on the upper, right there, that piece, so that's probably a 60-foot right-of-way, is it just for access?
It's just an easement.
Just an
There's
easement.
nothing there.
No,
Oh, so-
there's no,
It was a proposed easement from long before Brandon's Gate went in.
Oh.
So with the recording of the new plat, that one on the west will disappear,
Okay,
but the one on the east will remain because that will be the connector from the south end of Brandon's Gate to Aldridge,
okay.
out of Paradise Village.
And that makes sense, because I'm like, you're gonna have an access or an easement right through your 5 acres that's gonna,
Yeah,
okay.
that easement goes to nowhere, so it's basically,
It's gonna be,
it's gonna go away.
right.
It'll
and
be,
we
it'll
spoke
be
to-
Terminated.
vacated.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then,
Yeah, and just to clarify too, we also spoke with Pete Singleton, who owns Brandon's Gates, and he says that access on the west side will have nothing to do with their, because
Right.
it's gonna go into somebody's backyard, and they too don't want any vehicles back there.
so then that'll just be vacated, it
Correct.
all comes part of the 30+ acres, other than the right-of-way that is the connector into
The
the,
one on the east will remain,
okay.
but right now it's just an easement.
And that is a 60-foot easement?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so that it would, okay,
And it will be platted on the plat, that it is an easement.
Okay,
That's okay.
very good. All right, Commissioner Lindsay?
I have nothing. I just marvel that this is in the piece of county land in the middle of the city.
I know.
I think if Justin's retiring, he has more time to take care of it.
But I want to travel.
Oh.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, well, with that, I think we have all our questions answered. I'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this application, come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you may address the board. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public comment session, and I'll bring it back. Commissioner Lindsay.
I have nothing else. So I would move that we accept the proposed two-lot minor subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Justin and Tammy Hooten, agent Marty Spitzer, on property located at 26510 Road K.5, Cortez.
And I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed two-lot minor subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Justin and Tammy Hooten, agent Marty Spitzer, on property located at 26510 Road K.5, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 35 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. And I'll close this public hearing, and I will gather.
Go find him.
So, those all say planning, all my things say planning and zoning.
Oh, really? Oh,
You wanna see the other county property in the city?
Yeah.
It's right there.
Okay.
35 acres. Nope, 51 acres.
Yeah.
That's why there was such a discussion when we had the fire.
This is across.
If it was city or, police or sheriff to deal with it, cause this one's city and this one's county.
Right.
And they couldn't decide who to investigate, but.
Maybe Gerald went to lunch without us. Yeah, I'm it. They're out there. To spare.
2 minutes to spare? Oh, man, I'm doing good. All kinds of time.
I left his little sticky note there. Jerry was supposed to be on the agenda for a liquor license, and I asked these guys, and they said that she could come during
Unfinished business, okay. Got it.
if she got my text.
Yeah, she's got time. We got a long way to get
Yeah.
there.
That's-
Well, since we don't have Shaq here, we don't have any good jokes to tell today, so we're gonna have to just sit here in silence unless somebody can sing.
Yeah, our joke is missing today.
All right, well, it's 10 o'clock, so Kim, would you call the roll for the 10 o'clock public hearing?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsey.
Here.
Commissioner Copenhaver.
Here.
Administrator Powers is absent. Attorney McLaren.
Here.
Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing and determining recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners regarding a proposed high-impact special use permit with commercial rezoning application submitted by Lighthouse Baptist Church, Agent Dale Murphy, on property located at to be determined Road L, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 9.32 acres more or less, located north of Road L, west of Highway 145, situated in Section 13, Township 36 North, Range 16, West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, April 5th, 2022 at 10 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-5652-01 with questions. Dated this 15th day of March 2022, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022.
Okay, thank you, Kim.
You don't have that memorized yet?
No.
Application, would you like to come forward also? Good enough. We're good with that.
Good enough.
Okay, go ahead and give us the overview.
The Lighthouse Baptist Church, that is located on 145 is just rebuilding a new building that is off of Road L. It makes it a little bit more convenient to be off of the highway. And they have purchased this property from the Wyatts. And it's basically, it's going to be a new church and a school.
Okay. Anything else you would like to add, Pastor?
Sure. Well, I'll just kind of maybe just share a little bit of the vision, what we're looking at here. We're at a space where we're at, and we made attempts to buy the property next door to us. It just wasn't going to be feasible. And so, you know, God opened up the door for us to get this property here. And I think all things considered, it's a lot better, keeps us in the county. Also gets, like she said, off the main highway, which is going to be really nice for our school. We've had accidents out in front of our church and our school, just because it's a busy highway and pulling in and out there. So I think it's going to, all things considered, be a lot better. It's going to give us the space we need to grow too. You know, our auditorium seats about 275, and we're averaging about 240 right now. So we're just out of space, and we need to be able to grow. And so that's one of the main reasons. And then for the school too, to be able to build a nice school facility for the families that choose to use, you know, private education for their kids. I think it's going to be a great thing for the community too, and we're excited about it.
Okay. All right, very good. Commissioners?
Well, I have no questions. I've kind of watched this progress.
No,
None?
I think it'll be way better as far as the traffic going in and out of there. It's gotta be help, so,
Getting off of 145 is a
yes,
plus,
yeah,
for sure.
yeah, 'cause I came by there last year once and there was a pretty bad wreck right there in front of your driveway, so, yeah, it's not a good thing. Be better.
Okay. Well, with that, then I will go ahead and open up the public comment session for this public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this application, you may come forward and address the board.
Morning.
Morning.
Kelly Belt, 2726 Fairway Drive. I support this. It makes sense putting it in that area. It's a great spot for that. Like you said, gets it off the highway, moves traffic over into a slower area. So it's a nice addition to that area. So
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I'll close the public comment of this public hearing, and I'll bring it back to the commissioners. Questions or comments?
No, none at this time.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Let me do it.
Go ahead.
Okay. I move to approve this proposed high-impact special use permit with commercial rezoning application submitted by Lighthouse Baptist Church, Agent Dale Murphy, on property located to be determined on Road L, consisting of 9.32 acres.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed high-impact special use permit with commercial rezoning application submitted by Lighthouse Baptist Church, Agent Dale Murphy, on property located at to be determined Road L, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 9.32 acres, more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Good luck. All right, and I will close this public hearing. A lot of activity going on over off of L Road this week. Good. You guys have a great day. I closed that, didn't I?
You did?
Yeah, you did.
You did, awesome.
You're making me work today.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's all I have. Unless you have questions.
that's enough.
Yeah,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
yeah. It's been too easy the last 2 or 3 weeks, so catching up.
Thank you. Okay, so now I will open up the public comment session of the Board of County Commissioners meeting. County Commissioners welcomes you to this meeting. Person speaking during the public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments. Comments to individual supervisors or staff are not permitted, and participants may not yield their time to others. And with that, the public comment session is open.
Okay, once again, good morning. I'm Gail Alexander, 20620 Highway 491 in Lewis, Colorado. And as you gentlemen know, I am the manager of the Cortez Gun Show. And I want to just talk a little bit about my concerns about the internet out at the fairgrounds. From what I understand, things are changing. I've talked to Justin, and he's assured me that you're trying to get internet taken care of, changed, whatever you're doing out there. I don't know specifics quite yet, but I want you to know what my issues are, because of last year we sold 298 guns at the gun show last year. And we were hardwired in, which allowed us access to that internet first to be able to get to CBI. They're the ones that do the background checks. Now, as the manager of the gun show and the Four Corners Rifle and Pistol Club, we have to have insurance from the NRA, and one of the conditions of that insurance is that we have only one dealer that sells all the guns through all the vendors out there. So I have to have a internet connection that is fast and reliable, even though sometimes CBI is slow and it took several days, months, yes. But I have to be hardwired in. And luckily the guys at the fairgrounds have always helped me and done a hard wire for me, so it's very secure, it's very safe. But if I don't have a reliable internet, and I know whenever you change from one to another, things happen. It's not under anybody's control, things happen. If I don't have a reliable internet, I don't have a gun show. And here I am, it's the 22nd. So another one of my concerns is we've always, I understand that Farmers gives the internet free to the fairgrounds, and they've been a wonderful partner for us. I also have personal experience with them because I have a cell phone tower on one of my properties that they approached me, which opened up all the Lewis area for them to give internet usage to. I also have their internet at my fingerprinting business, which I am the only fingerprinting business in Montezuma County now. It's nice because, can I continue? No,
That's
okay.
actually, yeah. I
Okay.
think we get your gist of your
Okay.
message.
Okay, so just continue working with Justin? What do I need to do?
So this is your time to talk. Right now, it's just public comment, so we
Okay.
don't debate or get into a conversation here, but if you stick around for the meeting,
Okay.
We'll address items when it's our turn to talk,
Okay,
and that way we don't convolute the meeting,
Okay.
so,
all right.
all right,
Any questions? No,
No.
later. Thanks.
thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so I wanted to dovetail back on there, Terry Hinds, 2715 Golf Course Drive. We've had that internet service in there. We don't make any money on it. It's purely for public service out there. Probably been in there 10 years, long before we did the data for the county with the switchover. This seems more like a personal vendetta from your staff than anything. I also got a call about the banner that we had out there. We did trade that out. Kim, this is my application to start paying for that. I also understand that, and I didn't talk to any of the commissioners directly on this, but you guys have to approve every antenna that's put on a public building, is that correct? So,
Not necessarily
So
an
this is-
antenna on
this
a
is
building.
just
on a
Public
county
comment.
building.
Again, this is just public
Okay.
comment. We'll
So,
write the question down.
What
but
I
it's
would
public
say is
comment.
the other radio shot is fed off the building, this building down there as well, and I don't believe it's come in front of you guys since it was put in, because I attend all the meetings. But with that said, you know, this doesn't have to be. I mean, we've been a good partner with the county. I support you guys in just about everything that you guys do. With that said, this is a public service, not really a service to the county. So the way it was handled really kind of torqued some people off and scared some people, obviously. Maybe we could see a little bit better leadership when we do these things going forward. But anyway, so I just wanted to dovetail. We don't make any money on that. It's purely for public service, and it always has been. I was a little miffed that we've had that shot in there about 10 years, and we were at the Ag Show, and the passwords that were sent out were all incorrect. So I don't know if that tied back into the dealings here or not, but it sure seems like weird timing, because we've had the same password in there for the last 10 years. So anyway, just, you know, let's all play fair and play honest. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Okay. Seeing no further comment, I'll go ahead and close the public comment session of the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and we are going to go into Public Works. With that, Mr. Engelhardt, you are first. No, I did get his email that said you had to get out of here, so if you guys are okay, come on forward, Shane, and we'll just, move, basically, the detective vehicles discussion, with our fleet manager, Shane Higman, and that'll get him out of here.
Thank you.
So basically, I'll give a real quick synopsis while you're handing those out. We were approached a couple weeks ago from the sheriff and the undersheriff that with the promotion of a few detectives, I think that's the proper term, we were short some vehicles because we haven't gotten our vehicles in yet. So we were tasked with trying to find a couple of vehicles. Shane did a good job of reaching out, looking at local, used, so on and so forth, and then we actually went back to Enterprise, which Enterprise has sent us a few quotes, some for F-150s and some for these Dodge Ram 1500s. These are all new vehicles, they're not used, so we're not gonna be underwater with them as soon as we lease them. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Shane, and
So I did put the local options for the used purchases. There were a few that were, there was a few that were a little bit less money, but they were red, and we can't use red for detective units, so. I did reach out into like Auto Trader, and there were some cheaper options in the mid to late, the 30,000, like 38 to 37,000, but we would have had to gone to Denver or Salt Lake or somewhere like that to get them. We reached out to Enterprise. They came up with the F-150s that seemed rather high on price. If you look clear to the right, that was the final price. But they came up with these two 1500s that should be landing at the dealership in the next couple of weeks. And that's kind of the option we wanted to go with. You can see the numbers there. This will add that amount to our lease for this year. So it would add $23,850 and 84 cents to the lease for Enterprise this year. And that leaves us a little bit of leeway to possibly buy a couple of other vehicles. We're not gonna be able to purchase a lot of other vehicles to help the rest of the county this year, but that leaves us a little bit of leeway to do that, so.
the other thing that Shane and I have had, or actually read quite a few emails going back and forth, but this allows us, it's not a capital expense where we have to pay out the entire $45,000, $46,000. We're just paying a monthly lease of the $965 or the $1028. So our capital expenditure this year will still be able to stay within our $300,000 budgeted amount that we put in capital this year, and then they still get two brand-new vehicles without, anywhere well, you can see the mileage from 60,000 all the way down to 9,000, but kind of makes logical sense to me.
These acceptable to you, Sheriff Nellen?
Yeah, that would be fine. I mean, we were looking at some of the good used ones and whatnot, which is a lower cost, and we're okay with that. But I certainly understand, where Shane is at of having these new vehicles that last. And the thing is that they can be transferred into other departments within the county down the road.
Yep.
And that's at the end, there will be a buyout after the 48 months. And we could, for a lot less, we'll probably have two Dodge pickups with around 50,000 miles. We could then purchase those from Enterprise, pay out the rest of the lease on it from Enterprise, and have two really good used vehicles we could turn back to the county for around $20,000.
And hopefully, this vehicle, I'm not gonna call it shortage, but whatever you wanna call it, not being able to get vehicles, hopefully within the 4-year period of time, that'll be cured, and we can then go back to ordering vehicles like we normally would and be able to get them within
I hope so, or we're gonna be really upside down.
amount of time that's appropriate. So, anyway, that's where we're at, gentlemen.
I would move we allow, I guess, the lease of these two vehicles to be put into our fleet.
So I think we should probably delineate which ones we want first. These are two separate, and there's two of each, so which
The-
one are we looking?
The two in the middle and the very two last ones are the exact same vehicles, just different lease terms. So I wanted to put that on there to show that we're really not gaining anything by going to a 60-month term on these. It's an option, but the payment per month is absolutely no,
Yeah.
it's $20 difference,
Right.
so there's no point in going to the 48 months. So you're really, the first two and the ones I highlighted are the options, and then the last two are just put on there so that it showed the 60-month lease.
Okay, so the highlighted options then,
Yep.
okay. Questions, gentlemen?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
I did move it.
Oh,
Second.
sorry. Sorry. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the additional detective units from Enterprise for a 2022 Ram 1500 with a 48-month lease as presented in the highlighted areas for the Sheriff's Department. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, there you go. All right, Shane, thanks. All right, now we're gonna jump back up to the agenda for Road and Bridge.
Morning.
Bridge and
Morning.
road.
This one first, Tom. Cool. How are you guys today?
Pretty good. How are
Great.
you?
So, the activities for the month of April, we're starting to get in more of the construction type work. We came out of the March area with some snow and got a little bit of moisture, and so we did some road blading late March, and now we're into the, first off would be the DOLA work out on Road Y and 16. That's progressing pretty well. We've actually got Road Y closed this week, putting in a 5-foot culvert right there west of 491, about a mile. So we put up our barricades and our signs and informed the public through our resources, and we're so far so good, and they're doing well. I was up there this morning, and hopefully that'll be all wrapped up by the end of this week, and road opened up for the weekend. So moving along well with that. Along with that, we did a lot of shoulder pulling and ditching down on Road 16, prepping that, getting it ready for gravel. And we'll continue through that work through the end of the month and probably have gravel ongoing by the end of the month. So we'll have it sealed up and ready for chip seal later this summer. Crack seal on 29 and 31 will start next week. This is a prep work for that chip seal we want to do mid-June with the special oil on that asphalt out there. So it's about 5.4 miles of crack sealing we got to repair and then get ready for chips on that. We've been graveling roads, different areas around the county. We'll wrap up Road T this week. We rebuilt all of Road T going down past the MBI, or not MBI, but the Montezuma water down across, down to that end down there. So that's all been opened up and ditched and treed out and cleaned up, and it's a nice road now, so we're putting the gravel on it. And that was long overdue. That should have been done a long time ago. So I think we're doing well with that one. So that'll be wrapped up. And then we're gonna back off of hauling gravel for a while and haul chips to different stockpile locations, getting ready for the summer chip seal, and let the crusher catch up. He's making chips right now. Had a problem with a breaker on the crusher down there on a generator, so it's supposed to be in today and get him up and running again, and then just focus on making chips for the next 3 or 4 weeks to get ready for
Is
the
that
summer.
the generator we approved last time?
No, this is the
Different
main
one.
breaker in the big generator. So it's a breaker off of the switchboard, and they're just hard to get. You know, we found it, now it's just getting it here. So the world just spins different now. So what would have been 2 days,
Kinda like a
15 month
vehicle.
ago or a year ago is, who knows, a couple of weeks now. But we found it, and he's got one coming, so we'll be back in business. And then last but not least, the mag chloride operations probably won't start till even May. We want to see what this weather does. Right now, we're looking at more rain next week, and that's the last thing we want to do, is be putting mag chloride on during rain. So it's a little early, but we will start that operation up in May and have it out of the way before chip seals even start. So there's your activity, pretty much big activity for the month of April. Any questions? Okay.
Nope.
The Alkali Bridge, there should be some pictures there, Don, PowerPoint, I think.
Rock removal?
What's that? Yeah, rock removal. Mhm. So we finally got started on Alkali Bridge rock removal, so we took some pictures there while we were working on it. This is that outcropping there on Road N at Alkali Bridge, just the borders, Samora family's property there. And we got all of our clearances and said, let's go to work on that. So we contacted an operator, a contractor with a big hole ram and got him up on top of that rock and started chipping. Go ahead, Don. You can see it broke off real easy. We didn't have to drill it or shoot it. We're loading the rock right there with our excavator, hauling it off site. It's too soft to use for riprap on the project, unfortunately, but we kind of assumed that. So we just took it off the job site and removed it. And so he's working kind of a westerly direction, just taking that big outcropping off and just trimming it right down and just cleaning it up as we go. Took us about 2 days, actually a day and a half of hole ramming. Well, actually it's 10 hours is what it took to hole ram it off there. This is kind of after it's getting cleaned up now. You can kind of see through that curve. You'll see the new road where that pickup is on that bridge. That it follows that same curvature, but it actually goes down a little bit because of the length of the bridge. So we're going to take the road down about 1.5 feet in elevation, widen it out, and that's why that rock had to go away. So the purpose of doing this early was because we took this off of the bid sheet on the job, and it saved a lot of money that we did ourselves on the project overall. So the government pays 80%, we pay 20%, so we saved that money by not, the government would have paid 80% of it, but we get it all off there now. So it worked out really well. There's one more picture. So from the other end now, you see we've moved that rock clear off the edge of the road, and now the new drainage ditch runs parallel or right alongside that cliff. It had moved everything over, so the contractor, when they come in this year to build the bridge, that's all done, out of the way. Irrigation water, drainage waters, and adjudicated water all run away from the project and around into the Samora Ranch, and takes care of that drainage in there, so the contractor can set up and have a whole area to work on without water flooding him all the time. So it was pretty important to get that done this spring, which it also got the job off and running. It's got people above me in engineering and CDOT and different places working now to get this out on the bid sheets and get this bridge bid on this year. So it was kind of a motivator, so to speak.
When is their bid date, or have they said?
Well, we were a month behind, but we're still trying to get the final wrap up with CDOT, and they're working on it. And I think by next week we'll be able to put that out for bid. So, and it's a little late, but our construction seasons typically go on into December pretty easy now. So I think we're still all right, you know. But this being done was a big help, and this got the proverbial ball rolling. You know,
Right.
It really did. It kind of motivated everybody to like, hey, look at that, let's go do something now. And I think everybody's working hard to get us there now. So
Good.
So that's done. I also brought this sheet back today. That concludes the pictures. I'll announce this one. Now, we discussed this last time I was here a month ago. Nothing's changed. This is the proposed road projects that I want to work on this year. Some of these will be removed depending on oil prices, which are volatile right now. This is what I'm going to do, in case you want to know. If you have any argument about it or discussion about it today, we probably ought to discuss it, because things are starting to take place now, budgeting and road and moving chips around, so.
I don't have any issues with it. I mean, you gave this to us to look at several months ago, and the only thing that we had requested, which you have on that, which we'll talk about, I'm sure, in a little bit, the road for the airport. But that's something totally different. So.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, Commissioner, I don't even know if we'll get to pave road in with the budget this year. The money's just not there. So if we don't make it through some other sources, then this basically will be a chip seal year. We're gonna do maintenance and blade patching and fix a lot of chip seal roads that are long overdue. So. And the price of oil is way high this year, as we all know. So it's everything's going up. So it could be limited back. But these are the target roads here we're gonna target, so.
Okay.
Road F. This is the airport road. So I did go out and I did got a budgetary estimate from a contractor to give me a price, and we talked to, looked at the road, walked it, looked at it. all of us agree that we need to do a couple things. Whatever we do, we need to do some blade patching on it, and then we need to do an 1.5 inch leveling mat on that road. The condition is this. The width is good, we can work with the width. Might clean the shoulders and go out a little further, but overall, it's all right. Then put a 2 inch mat on top of that for the type of, traffic that's gonna be on that with the industrial zone down there and the trucks and different things. That would give us about a 3.5 inch mat to fix that road. Keeping the subgrade the way it is without grinding it up and getting in trouble with that, marshy area down there. And then, we'd straighten out that access coming into Road G instead of that swinging curve to the right, which is very dangerous because it puts you right into live traffic. It's not an acceleration lane, even though people think it is. And quite honestly, I don't know of any wrecks down there, but I'm sure there are, that I'm not aware of. But it is dangerous, and you better be watching what you're doing. So we kind of thought, well, we'll just take that out and just come straight into Road G with big wide turns to get heavy trucks in and out of there and be legal 90 degrees to Road G. So a little.
And just eliminate it.
Yes, sir.
So it's an actual T
Yeah,
intersection.
we'll leave the sign there, and we'll leave a little parking, or a little grassy area there. We'll make all that stay. It's kind of a aesthetic look, but we want to get rid of that, approach coming onto Road G on the eastbound lane, because you're getting right into live traffic at 50 and 60 miles an hour through there. And I don't think it's safe. We should fix that. Either we make a acceleration lane, which is expensive, or just cut it out and come up straight 90 degrees to Road G and turn right, turn left, that's the way it should be. So with that, and then some guardrail work that needs done there, we need to keep that guardrail on that one side because of the irrigation canal there. That is a live stream, and it can be deep, and it does prevent, hopefully, an accident there into the creek, or the canal. And some paint striping, we're looking at about $512,000. Budgetary estimate only. This is just numbers we said would be pretty honest and pretty fair with today's prices, so.
Right.
And there is about, as I recall, 52,000 or 58,000 in impact fees in that general area down there within that 5 mile radius of that area that we could collect to help pay for this project.
So your question is, have we had any luck with the city of Cortez? I don't even think we've had a conversation here lately, so we will put that as a conversation piece as we get with them and talk to the city manager and council. But knowing what they're trying to do down there with the airport and, to upgrade that, hopefully we can, come up with something, and then we'll also get this to the grant writer to see if there's anything out there that's available. But first step was this, so that we had an idea of how to move forward with it.
We did talk to the grant writer about one particular grant that we thought might work, but it doesn't because the road is not the airport. There's a item there for federal monies available for airports, aviation type things, but the road is not part of that, so we don't qualify, so.
Gotcha.
That's kind of where we're at on that one, the one that I was aware of anyway.
Okay. Well, we'll move forward and ask the city of Cortez and see what they say, and.
Yeah, their first meeting with their first new council members is next Tuesday.
Yeah, tell them to cancel Sligo, let's move on down, yeah. That's okay with me. Anyway, I hope they can help. And if they can't, they can't. We'll just keep pushing towards an answer.
Yep.
It's a road that's coming up on our list anyway. It's just, this year is just a bad year.
Sure.
With everything going on, that's what we're doing, so. And then, the annual scheduled community cleanup on Road G, we do this, have been doing it now for the last 3 or 4 years. Scheduled for April 23rd. For those of you that are not aware of what we do, I don't have anything to do with it except provide a couple of little end-up trucks. But the community down there, through the sheriff's department, have a cleanup on the 23rd every spring. And they clean up the edge of the road, and they're starting at Battle Rock, and they move towards Cortez, or they go down. And it's been really working well. So I send a truck down in the morning at 7:30 or 8, and they work till about 1, and then another truck goes in about 11, and they work till about 4. And if they both need to stay there to help get that to the landfill, and the landfill's been good about accepting it and bringing it in. And it's turned into quite a little community event down there, and it's kind of neat. So we do participate with them on that, providing the orange trash bags and the transportation to get the bags up out of the canyon and to the landfill. So just for public notice, we'll be doing that on the 23rd. We'll put some signs up a week before to let people know that people are working along the edges of the road, and to use caution and little courtesy, and let the people do their community service. I think it's a pretty neat little job down there, so we will be doing that. Also, we're looking at this auction out there at the sale barn this weekend, and there's a bucket truck that's kind of got our interest with Empire Electric. So I'm not telling you I'm gonna bid on it, but if the right price happened to be available, we might wanna take a serious look at that, so. Just to let you know, if it's something we could use, which we could, our bucket truck is old and we work on it more than we use it, and it needs to go to an auction, but it still gets us out of an emergency tree problem in the middle of the night once in a while if we need it, so. But this would be quite an upgrade if the right price was there, so I might take a look at that Friday evening, so. Just let you know.
Okay.
That's it.
All right.
Questions?
No?
I have one comment. It has nothing to do with you, but it does have kind of collectively. So we got an email. Actually, we had several interesting emails this week, but one specifically was a person wanting to know why we didn't get roads cleaned up and why trash wasn't picked up, which obviously at the landfill, and Mel, correct me if I'm wrong, but trash is picked up all over the time from the landfill all the way up to the first intersection, correct, of, is that G and 25, and so we do monitor that. We pick up trash, and I must be a little bit incorrect, so he's gonna correct me. But along with this also, so we actually do a lot of stuff in the county, but here again, I'm gonna put it back. There is a personal responsibility that everybody holds, that if you're throwing out trash, stop and pick up your trash. If you see something in the middle of the road that's in the right of way and you can pick it up, stop and pick it up. Be safe, get off the road, but it's really a responsibility of everybody in this community. It's not just the county's responsibility to pick up the county roads. We do everything that we can with what we're having, just as Mr. Engelhardt has displayed right now. So Mel, correct me on that, as far as the landfill where we monitor that.
So we haven't done it for the last 2 years because of COVID and getting employees in. I was on the phone with Express this morning before I came up here. We are planning on doing that the third week of April. I think around the 19th.
23rd?
No. For 3 days. And we start actually at the radio station and come all the way down. We start at 7th Street and come all the way down, and we start at the port of entry and come all the way down, all the way to the landfill.
So everything basically on the southern corridors, we do monitor and pick up and then take to the landfill, because we realize that everybody, that's kind of the major thoroughfares, and the county does do that. So we are actively out there picking up trash that you all are leaving on the roadways. But it's not just our responsibility. The responsibility lies with everybody. So I hope the person that sent the email is listening, that some of that responsibility lies back on you. And we try to clean everything up as appropriately and as good as we can. So thank you, guys. I'm glad we're participating down there. It helps those people if they're willing to help us. I mean, providing a few pieces of machinery and manpower is admirable, and I thank you for that.
Can people stop by and pick up those orange bags?
Yeah, we've got some extra bags down there, sure. We don't pick up the bags, and that's
Right.
always the argument, well, who picks up the bags? I don't know, you picked up the trash to pick up the bag, so that's kind of the argument, so.
And we'll
And-
carry it
but I
away.
wanna add that all of the trash hauling companies over the last 7 or 8 years that I've been here have always been very good about taking a call and saying, hey, we got a problem on this corner or this street, could you help us? And they're happy to help pick that up. They don't go looking for the business, but they are part of this too, in a bigger picture, so.
Mhm.
And they're pretty good about it, so.
And then we also, Mel, and I don't know if we did it last year or in 2020 because of COVID, but we do a 2 or 3 day cleanup that's even within the city, and it
That's
cleans.
happening in May. The city's doing the cleanup in May. I don't remember the exact, I think it's around the 20th of May.
Okay, but
And
the.
I'll be bringing that up in my present.
These are pretty big cleanup days, and we give it every spring for everybody to come and bring your trash to a place where it can be picked up, and then it'll be disposed of properly. So, you know, we get these emails, and it almost just takes me back sometimes when you read them, that everybody thinks we do nothing, number one, which is incorrect. And then number two, they have no responsibility to do anything on their own. And that's what I really want to expose, is that we all have a responsibility and we should all take ownership in it. If you see it, pick it up. And if you can discard of it properly, do it. So,
Yeah, even the state highways have signs up thanking groups,
Yep.
organizations for
Mhm.
monitoring their 2-mile stretches of road. That's the same thing. So I'm very happy with the group down in Camel. It's been a no big deal. It's easy to do. The community comes out in a strong effort every year on Saturday, and they really work hard. And you see the difference, and so that's a good group of people.
yeah. So I guess, thank you to all of the people that are actually out there picking it up and doing it. That makes a lot of difference in our county. And I thank you for your responsibility of doing it, and I hope that everybody else will be equally as responsible. All right.
Okay.
Sorry. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Well, Mel, since you're right here, just stay right here.
Might as well
You don't-
enjoy the stay.
You don't have to go anywhere. We'll keep you right here.
All right, several things.
Do we have a BOMAG?
Got a text from the regional sales manager. It was on
He's
the
good
highway.
he's good at that, isn't he?
It is on the highway.
He said to contact Pico for.
Does that mean
delivery
it's
date.
sitting on the highway, or is it actually moving on the highway?
On its way, contact Pico for delivery.
Okay.
That's what I just got 10 minutes ago. So, I don't know if you wanna look at my budget for February. Do you have it, Tom?
Yeah, I had it here, there it is.
The bottom line is, in February, we didn't lose money. 25,000 head, not quite what I expected, but it was a slow month, but right now, we are extremely busy down there. And with the winds that we've had in the last few weeks, constantly 25, 30 miles an hour for 3-4 days in a row, we have gotten a lot of litter to pick up.
There's wind warnings out today.
I know. And next week.
Yeah.
And that's why we postponed the cleanup.
Right.
Until the third week. That being said, I had an email from CDPHE. They are coming to inspect us the end of the month again for the annual routine inspection.
Good.
So, on a previous meeting, you had asked about the price of mattresses and where we compared with other counties, and I presented that. You asked me to figure out the cost if we're losing airspace. So, the average mattress, queen size, getting good compaction, it's costing about $16.89 per mattress per cubic yard. We're charging 10.
How much again?
$16.89. Now, I know what you're gonna say, but here's the issue that I have if you guys wanna raise the price. Because Mesa County and or Montrose and them are $15. I think Bondad is 20. We already have an issue with people throwing stuff out on the roads. And I don't wanna increase that. We've gone out several times and picked up mattresses. When they find out we charge for them, we have to send a truck and a couple guys to go pick it up off the road. And I don't wanna raise the prices so high that makes that any worse. So I'm gonna put that in y'all's.
I think over the weekend, somebody put a mattress in one of the dumpsters behind the cafe up here.
They do it all the time.
And it ended up on the ground. The trash guys picked it up and put it, I think they put it, I don't know. But it's on the ground up there behind the,
It happens a lot. It really does. So,
and it's a queen size too.
Here's the issue that I have is that the landfill is an enterprise zone.
it is.
And I realize that here again, we talk about our revenue streams and we can't keep losing money. Everything that we look at in the county, every department, if you're going the opposite direction, it doesn't work.
That's right.
Our costs are not getting any less for what we have to do to comply with CDPHE. The liners are getting more expensive. And this is an enterprise zone. It can't lose money. It just can't lose money. So I understand your philosophy of we're worried that nobody is going to just do the right thing. Here again, that's what I was talking about, personal responsibility. If you have a mattress, and you have to get rid of it, people. There is a cost to all of the taxpayers for disposing of it. And we can't continue to lose money in this county. At the least, we should be, well, at the least, we have to break even, but an enterprise zone doesn't function that way. So I looked at what Mesa County, what Bondat, all those other counties do, and I'm just like, I can't. I struggle with losing a third of what we should be charging for mattresses. And with that, I'll let the other commissioners
I agree.
talk, because
If we're charging way less than others, we're gonna receive more mattresses. They're gonna bring them this far. Even with the price of gas, they're gonna bring them.
so
And
we
I
are
don't
gonna
wanna-
get a percentage that we're gonna end up having to pick up, but I think we're always gonna have that percentage that we have to pick up. I don't think we're gonna ever eliminate that, but we just cannot keep going into debt. And this is just another thing, just like what we were talking about with the sheriff and what it costs to be in the jail. Well, our costs keep rising for the food and for everything that we have to provide. As bad as I hate to say it, it's gotta go up. We cannot just keep paying for it out of the general fund, because it's just one more hit, one more hit, one more hit. And they gotta go the same way. Sorry, I'll get off my horse. Commissioner Copenhaver.
So what would you like me to raise the price?
Well, just hold on. I'm gonna give Commissioner Copenhaver a chance to speak.
No, I agree. We can't be too low either. Or, I mean, I understand what you're saying, because I don't, it's a problem for people. Everybody's struggling right now with all the things, as much as everything's gone up, so hate to raise anything, but we also can't, we've gotta make this thing work too, and if we're too low, we're gonna end up with all of them. So I think we have to reach some type of balance there as far as what we need to go to.
You know, I look at what we just ended up spending for that last sale and where we started, and what we thought it was gonna be, and where we actually ended up because of CDPHE and the wells and the liners and everything else that we put in there. You know, that's a couple $100,000 that.
Well, it's gonna be, we're gonna have the same issue again with Carperfield. There's gonna be a small liner in there, about an acre in size. And they've already told me that the price of them liners is up 50–60%.
Yeah.
So I
So,
don't even wanna bid it till I get approval from the state to see when we can even get going on this, because the oil prices are so volatile, and that affects the liner prices.
I
Yeah,
guess,
I thought we were gonna see some relief in those prices, but it went right back up.
yeah, I don't think we're gonna see any relief for a while, and that's probably the realization of what we're looking at for at least a couple of years. But we cannot continue to lose money, because every time we're losing, it takes whatever we have in reserves, and pretty quick, the reserves are gone and there's absolutely nothing left to spend. So, your question to us is,
How
what would
much
we
do we
like to
raise it?
raise the price? And your proposal, or did you make a recommendation?
Well, I know I come up with a price of $16.89, and that's based on our average compaction rate. But if I was to do it, honestly, I wouldn't go more than 15. That I mean, it's still a little bit lower than, what I came up with, but, not all the mattresses are queen size.
It's
And
the
very
average.
few of them are king size. So,
I would say 15, let's see what happens.
Mason
I
County
struggle
charges
with losing
50.
money. I don't, to me, it just doesn't make sense. I really struggle, because we're just pushing that burden down the road and onto somebody else, and if it's yours, you should be responsible for yours, not somebody else's. And I think that's where we get convoluted in government, to say, well, we'll mix in the middle and we'll take care of everybody. And at some point in time, we have to be responsible for what we take ownership in, and I don't wanna lose money. So I would say we stay at the cost of the 1689 or whatever that was. But that's just one opinion. We have one at 15, so Commissioner Copenhaver, you get to,
I think we should charge $17.50.
well, there you go.
Dang, you win.
I'm with Jim. This thing needs to take care of itself,
It does, I agree.
okay?
I just
And
don't wanna have an issue with us always having to go out and pick up mattresses off the road.
And I
Well,
agree.
when
I don't-
littering is-
I don't want you to have to do that.
When
either,
littering
but-
is observed, if that's called in, we can actually get and here again, we're not trying to be bad guys up here. This is the real world. Take responsibility for yourself and your actions, otherwise you have to deal with what's out there, so.
1689.
I would round it up because 1689 is a hard number to compute, so I would say 17. Are you amiable to that, Commissioner?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
nobody's
Okay,
happy
would-
about doing this.
Would you, nobody is happy about it, but it's the real
No.
world and we can't not continue to lose money on it. So,
17.
17.
all right,
All right.
17, Mel.
Okay, another issue we've got at the landfill, and I don't know why this hasn't been addressed in the last 20, 30 years that facility's been opened.
Sure, lay it off on the old
He's
guy.
talking to you two
I
guys?
know who he's talking to. I know who he's talking to.
Talking to you two guys, not me.
So, we take in dead animals.
You're getting back when the city was part of the landfill, if you go
Yeah.
back that far now.
Actually, it was the sanitation district, not the city, right?
Yeah, sanitation
It
district.
was the
over.
sanitation district, not the
Yeah,
city.
that's right, I guess that's right.
All right, go ahead. I'm just gonna back up.
So,
Listen.
we've been taking in dead animals, and we have two prices, one for small animals and one for large animals. There's never been a medium animal in there. We
So,
charge $5.25 for a small animal and $20 for a large animal, but we're getting a ton of sheep, goats, calves, stuff like that, so.
so what's the delineation between small, medium, and large?
With small animals, dogs, cats, stuff like that. Medium animals be like your sheep, your goats, calves. Large animals be your horses, full-grown livestock, stuff like that.
I'm just,
Right now, you just charge for small and large.
Correct.
Okay,
But we are getting a lot of in between.
okay.
and what's the fee on that?
Well, that's what we're here.
He doesn't have one.
He doesn't have one for medium, that's what
He's just got small and large. There's no medium charge.
Okay, well, what's the cost for small and large?
Small is $5.25 and large is $20.
$12.50.
Well, wait a minute.
$12.50?
The next question is that actually taking care of the need that we are currently under? $5.25 seems pretty inexpensive to me.
Well, you get, I mean, a cat or a dog's not that big.
A German Shepherd is as big as a sheep.
And, well,
You haven't seen my
So, there again, that's what I'm saying.
sister-in-law's
What,
dog.
does it cover what we have at the landfill?
yes.
Okay. Well then,
After a year, you got nothing left.
It's a
True.
revolving, the animal pit's a revolving pit. It doesn't really go away, so we move it around in
Right,
sections.
right,
Because they,
and I understand that, but,
That's called soup.
not too long ago it was.
so would you be comfortable with just kinda like in the middle, if that's kinda what you're saying?
12.50? 15?
Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
So all those middle ones now, what have you been, you've been charging them small animal, or what have you
Yes,
been?
we have been.
Why not large?
They're not large, they're not that, that's my point. We need
That's the
something in
point,
the
he's
middle.
trying to figure out how to
Yeah.
charge for those middle-sized ones.
Been getting a medium for a small charge.
Exactly.
I think you should charge $15 for all those littler ones.
Yeah.
Leave the others the same.
I'm gonna get my $15 yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm leaving it up to you guys. I'm the new guy here, so. Okay, so it sounds like we're gonna move it to 15, correct?
We're gonna set it at 15 for medium and,
I'm sorry, we're gonna set it.
15 for medium,
yeah.
okay. I'll get with IT and have that adjusted on our,
But I can tell you, you better be real specific of what you're putting in there, because people are going to argue. And like I said, a German Shepherd is as big as a sheep.
we'll come up with something and propose it.
Be,
We'll change the price.
100
as-
pounds up.
or a poundage or
If it weighs
something
100
that,
pounds up, you charge them $15.
100 pounds, that's a good suggestion.
They can call Jim.
yeah,
They can
you
call
can
Jim.
weigh them.
Yeah.
Yep. Within 20 pounds.
You got a scale down there.
No, but you do have to have some kind of a measurement to,
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
to
can do it that
justify
way.
what you're doing. And, you know, if that needs to be adjusted, we can, whatever,
Okay.
we need to do.
What else do you have
We
that's
need
30
to-
years old?
Nothing, but we do,
So,
Me and Ken.
so, the BOMAG is gonna be here shortly. That's about a $550,000 bill that we're gonna be paying. That being said, the grant that we applied for the compost turner is another $500,000. If we get that grant, we have to buy that machine outright, and then as we meet the conditions of the grant, get our money back. So if we buy the BOMAG and we get this grant and buy the compost turner, landfill's gonna be out of money. So we may need to
That's
borrow
why we're
money.
raising fees today, is so you're not out of money. Right into the same thing that we just talked about. You can't be out of money and run a business.
I understand that, but we're paying flat out cash for the BOMAG.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
we'll have to pay flat out cash for the.
Can we ask them if we can only pay like 80% and then just let Mesa County or some other county take care of it? Okay. You get my point.
That, I do, but we don't know whether we got the grant or not, so just something to think about.
Right.
The other issue is, per state law, we have to put so much money back each year for closure and post-closure.
Mhm.
We haven't done it, last year because of catching up from the cost of building cell 4. So I've come up with two different figures here. It's up to y'all how you wanna do it, and we don't have to do it today. We can do it next month or whenever y'all wanna do this. So previously, the last time we put money into the post-closure account, it was based on 7.5% of our gross income. This year, if we do that based on 2020's revenue, that would put $131,203 into the post-closure account. The other way we could do it, based on the inflation that CDPHE comes up with and how much money we're gonna have based on how long the landfill's gonna be open, which is another 40 years. If you use a percentage of what we have to increase each year, we would put in $98,910.30 each year. So whichever one you guys would like to go with on that, we would have to do a transfer order to put that in that account.
Let's wait until Shad gets back, that way we can review that with him.
Sure.
I think that would be more appropriate than us making a decision
Yeah.
today,
Sure.
because he was part of that
Right.
post-closure program prior to, actually, none of us were here.
right.
So that we can understand that a little bit better.
Sure.
But, obviously, that was voted on, and that has to be set aside for that, so that when that closure does happen, that money is available.
Correct.
Being responsible, to take care of what we have to take care of.
And I'd
That's
rather,
all part of the financial assurance the county has to provide to
Correct.
CDPHE.
So I would like to just put that off, and then we'll get it on our agenda in the next month or so, Mel.
I'd rather have enough money in there than not have enough.
That's a fact. The other thing is, I've got a contract and I had Mr. McLaren look at it for our shredder. So in May, we would like to do the free yard waste, limbs and stuff for the community to bring them in for the whole month of May free, which also coincides with the city's cleanup. It'll work out good for us. The shredder that we're looking at renting, we can get the first week of June. So we'll have all that done. We should have all the tires from the Forest Service in by then, so we can start shredding and get everything done at one time. We're planning on renting the machine for probably a month. We will have to pay the freight to us and to this next location. I am working with San Luis Valley Regional Landfill. They want a shredder too, and we've done this in the past, where it helps offset the freight of the machine. But the monthly rent on the machine is $37,500 plus any damages that may occur.
And then working with CDPHE with the tires, does that grant cover the shredding of the tires, right?
The only way it covers, and this is what we're planning, I've been in contact with the guy on the shredder, we have to grind it to 6-inch minus. Reweigh it, prove we've done that, send them the tonnage to CDPHE, and they will pay us a rebate for getting that done. And we still get to use the tires at the landfill.
For coverage? Okay, so that basically is a wash once we get that ground to
Yeah,
that?
it's not a wash, it'll help.
Well,
We only get $12 a ton from CDPHE. That's not gonna, I mean, it'll help, but it's a long way from the cost.
man, you just keep losing money left and right.
There's no enterprise in this enterprise
I'm
zone.
not
is
sure,
there?
Yeah. Well, what we charge for the tires covers the cost of the shredder,
Yeah.
right.
so.
You know, and the other thing too, just so that the general public knows, you said those cleanup days are free, but they're really not free because the commissioner's budget pays for the tipping fees to the landfill. So the landfill still has to be paid for what they bring in and the commissioner's budget. So everything that everybody brings in that period of time, we pay for it. Because the enterprise zone, you cannot lose money, I guess, which is, you know, people need to understand that, realize that we are doing things all the time that they just don't have any idea.
Well,
So-
it's just like going back to what we're fixing to do with some express employees, is going out and cleaning up the county roads. The landfill's paying for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Correct.
community service and it helps the community, but
It's
we're
still
having
bill,
to pay for
yeah,
it out
it's
of
still
our budget.
time at the landfill.
Huh?
It's still time at your landfills.
It's time at our landfill. It's crew, equipment, everything out on the road.
Okay, all right,
All days.
I'm running out of room for notes.
yeah.
Well, I'm done.
Oh, okay, okay.
We'll wait till Shaq gets back and then we'll discuss that further.
Okay, and
Okay.
I think that's all I had.
You have any good news?
Hopefully the BOMAC will be here within the week,
All right,
because the one we've got broke down again.
okay. All right, thanks, Mel.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Thank you.
Okay.
See ya. Okay, just, actually, do I need to get, Jerry, you want to just quickly do yours and then I'll let you get out of here. Justin, hang tight with me.
Okay, so the first one, I just need you to sign a liquor license that was approved for the Getting Place. And then I have a retail liquor or fermented malt beverage license renewal application for Ancient Echoes, doing business as Kelly Place at 14537 Road G in Cortez. And I've got the letter back from the sheriffs. They've had no problems with any of their stuff down there. And that was it.
Okay.
That's it. That's it.
No, that's okay.
Okay. I move to approve this retail liquor and fermented malt beverage license renewal application for Ancient Echoes, Kelly Place at 14537 Road 6.
That's G. It's a
G?
G. It's a
Is
G.
it? Oh.
Yeah.
Road G.
That's Road G.
I was gonna say, where is that?
I didn't know we had a
I know.
Road 6.
That's why I paused for a second. Yeah.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the retail liquor or fermented malt beverage liquor license renewal application for Ancient Echoes, located at 14537 County Road G. It does look like a 6.
It does.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
All right, Justin. Get back on track here.
Well, just to kind of give you some more bad news, to piggyback on Mel's tire stuff, just so you know, we have had some instances where people dump tires out at the fairgrounds, and we are not a donation place, so that does happen out there too. But just to kind of let everybody know, we're not accepting tires either.
Just used oil.
Just used oil, yes, we will take that. And on a bit of good news, we do have this, which is our certificate of operation for our platform lift.
Nice.
So, yes, it is good, it is functional, and it is certified, so we're good there. You got my stuff?
You want your community meeting, or you
Yeah, I'll
want
put the
your?
other one up first. We'll get to that one after.
Yeah, you don't want to bring that one up.
Yeah, I know. That's the other bad news. Go to the other tab there, Dawn.
Which?
Says agenda up there at the top. I think. Is it the one that says agenda at the top? April 5, yes?
I got your community meeting, and I have fairgrounds revenue expense.
Commissioner meeting, that one.
There we go.
No, that ain't it either.
That's not it. We'll get to that one.
There you go. And you're on track. Okay, so our attendance to date out there, 10,305, and our revenue to date, 29,470. This last month kind of started the start of our busy season, where we kind of get a lot going on out there for the spring and summer. Start March 4th and through the 6th, we had the Southwest Nosework Dog Scent Trials that went good. After that, on March 7th, FCCLA, which is a organization that helps to promote personal growth and leadership development, had a little deal out there in the kitchen for their youth. March 12th was the commodity giveaway. We also had a team roping that day that went good, followed by, we just had the 4 States Ag Expo, March 25th to 27th, and I believe we had a pretty good turnout from what we've seen the last few years, so hopefully that continues to go that way. This last weekend we had the Circus Fantastic out there and another commodity giveaway. Coming up this next month, we're looking at the Home and Garden Show this next weekend, April 8th and 9th. That next week, the Sheriff's Office comes out and they kind of do their physical assessment training in our building. April 22nd to the 24th, we're looking at the Cortez Gun Show. Followed by, on the 29th, the Lewis Areola Hoedown. And then on May 1st, we're going to do the swine weigh-in out there. The advertising banners, we've got some more people that's purchased those, and I think I got 2 more in the office that we got to get put up this week.
Here you also have another application too
Yes.
that needs to go to.
That one's already
but we're still looking for more, so, you know, if anybody's interested in having their, business or whatever advertised out at the fairgrounds, you know, get a hold of me. And that's kinda all on my normal stuff, if there's any questions on that. Now I guess we can move to the next one, though. So Shaq said you guys wanted to kind of see a little bit of a breakdown of our revenue and kind of our difference from our expenses out there. So this kind of breaks that down. 2021, as you can see, the revenue was 108,000. We expense out there 261,824. 84,839 of that is covered by the Conservation Trust Fund, which means the difference is 176,000. So there's about not quite 70,000. That's what we're losing, I guess, if that's how you want to see it.
Well, I don't know how else you can look at it. I mean, you know, I think what's always been presented is it's always, well, here's revenue, and what we're looking at right now, knowing the state of where we're at with expenditures and revenue, we don't have a choice but to look at every department. And again, the arrows they've got to be parallel, go in the same direction. We can't have them opposing each other. So, you know, I know we take a lot of heat and we're the bad guys, and you know, we look at things in a different perspective because we have a fiduciary responsibility to all the taxpayers. And is all we want to do is present, here's the real picture.
Yes.
We'll do whatever the taxpayers want us to do, but here are the real pictures. And again, just like in enterprise zone, it's hard to continue to lose money. So my question to you is, what can we do to generate that $70,000 or $6,000 monthly that we're losing? I mean, what do we do with our fees there? I mean, again, what do we?
And that entails a problem because of our location and you know, putting stuff in there and us being a public facility, I guess you could say. You know, if we start up in fees, do we get the events out there? Probably not. People probably start saying, no, I'm not gonna run nothing at the fairgrounds. So now our public facility is not, you know, being used for the public. I think that's kind of what we entail out there. Half the things that go on at the fairgrounds is supposed to bring those people into our county, and I get it, we don't benefit from those people. But
When was the last time we raised rates?
that I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I know we looked at them, I want to say last year. We kind of went over them and looked at them a little bit, but we decided to hold off because of the COVID stuff.
Well, because of COVID, but now COVID is over. I mean, we've got to start looking at everything. And how do we just sit here and say, okay, we're just going to lose? I mean, we just had 2 department heads come in here and say we're losing money. We can't continue to run this corporation if we just continue to lose money. So I guess I would task you with, what are your thoughts and what are your recommendations for fees, number one? And then along with us, what else can we do out there to promote it to at least get to a 0?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I mean, that's kind of a hard thing because, I mean, I really don't know that we should be raising fees, and if we do, you know, not that much. You know, is it gonna cover 70 grand? No. Will it cover maybe 10? I know the banners is gonna help a little bit, get more banners in there to cover a little bit. Other than that, I mean, we've tried to look in to see if there's something that the county can hold, you know, such as concerts and things that, you know, maybe we run it, so any funds come back to us. But still, when you start looking at those numbers, it seems like you're spending more than you're gonna get in ticket sales. So It's a hard line. It's a hard line looking
Well,
at that.
I guess, how creative can we be? Because I still don't think that, I think we can pay for it somehow if we get creative, and we're gonna have to get outside the box. We're not gonna be able to do what we have always done. But here again, I mean, how do we continue to just lose money?
Yeah, I know it. Of course, the other thing
And I'm not
is
saying we have to make any money at all. That's not what we're designed to do, but
I know it.
at some point in time, and this is coming to every department head, the same conversation.
I just think the fairgrounds is a little bit different of a unique situation, just with what we're supposed to be for the community. And I know if you look at other fairgrounds in different counties, I don't think any of them make any kind of money. You know, I think a lot of them's funded.
I'm not talking about making money at all.
Or trying to come
I'm talking
close.
about trying to just break even.
Because, I mean, it is a pretty big gap. But we can look into it a little more. But yeah, I know 70,000 is gonna be hard to try to overcome on our side from anything we've kind of looked at.
Comments?
I would recommend that, next time he comes in, he brings his fee schedule and suggestions.
I would agree, because we gotta do something. I mean, this, how do we?
We're
it
coming
can't
back to
continue.
tractor races.
It just can't continue. Commissioner Copenager?
Moneymaker.
Yeah, you know, we need to look at something there in order to try to level that out a little bit. If we're losing $70,000 a year out there, we need to do something. We're gonna have to.
Okay.
So,
I'll kind of.
And we may not be able to make up all that, but we need to, this thing is gonna get really serious. If we have to cut this much out of our budget in the next year, it's gonna get really serious about what we're gonna have to cut down on. And we cannot cut 3 or 4 million out of this budget and not, it's gonna take some things out that this county's been doing. That's all there is to it.
Yep.
And that's what we're facing. Is looking at $3 million approximately. I mean, I'm just, that's just reality of what we're looking at in the next year, taking out of this budget.
Yeah.
So, things are gonna get serious. There's gonna be things that, we're gonna have to make some really tough decisions, and it's not gonna be pretty. I mean, that's just, people are gonna have to realize that there's gonna be services that we've been providing that's not going to be there. And I mean, that's just being frank about it, because we've got to, we can't operate in a deficit. This county cannot do that. I mean, we can only pull so much money out of reserves and keep this thing going for so long like this. We've got to be realistic about what we have available. And it's gonna get tough. So there's gonna be some tough decisions made.
so I would just, for the signs, I mean, my son sponsors just a concert, and it costs $500 for a sponsorship fee. To have a banner for $500 for an entire year, I mean, you might poll the businesses, but I don't think that $500, I know it's a huge jump, but, and I don't even know how many we have, but that's just a position of a start. But look at everything, and there's just gonna be some, we're gonna be stuck with the same thing that Mel just gave us.
Yeah.
You know, are we losing money, or are we gonna actually at least?
Yeah, we're not here to make money, but we're here to provide essential government services. And some people have a difference of opinion of what that is. But public safety's at the top. And then there's health. And fairgrounds is down there a ways.
Well, I understand that. I do.
So I think if we get creative and let's look at everything as a whole, like Commissioner Lindsay said, bring us back. We know what we're losing. let's see what we can do to come back, because, you know, going back, you just went back to 2021. I did a 3-year average and went back to 2019, and it's,
Yeah, I think they were worse than that.
they're worse than that.
And
And
this is
I just,
10,
Yeah.
I just want to say, we've got to do something. So do some homework, come up with something, and we'll go from there. Also, too, look at the CTF and see what is there. Are we using everything that we can? Is there opportunity for something different?
Yeah, and I think we might be able to use a little more of that for some of that to help cover. And that was some stuff I was gonna talk to Shaq about and see if we could.
Sure.
Because I know that does help cover, I think, some of the equipment repairs and things like that. Maybe we don't take that out of our operating, we take it out of that.
Sure. So look at everything, and then, you know, just like we told Mel, you're gonna have to come back to us in a month and bring us a proposal that makes sense. You know, we tasked the sheriff with this not too long ago, that his $75 a day for keeping an inmate is not covering it. It's gotta go up. And, I mean,
Yeah, we get passed down mandates that we're expected to absorb, we can't absorb anymore.
so,
Will do.
I'll leave that there. And
I'll
then
look
now
into it.
I'll ask a question, because
Okay.
these came up in public comment, so I want to address both of them
Go
to
ahead.
you since you're here, Justin. So first of all, internet service, what is our internet service out there? Do we have it? Do we not have it? Is it reliable?
Yes, we do have internet service out there. IT was out there Friday, and they got good Wi-Fi out there, and they did say they got capabilities for hardwire. If, like, the gun show wants to hardwire straight into it, they can. And from what I've been told from IT, it's more than capable of providing enough service.
Okay, so,
That's beyond more than I know.
so there's no issue there. The gun show can work with you and IT and make sure that
Correct.
everything is good.
Correct.
Let's test that
Okay.
connection.
Yep, test it, make sure we're good to go, that we have no issues.
Yes, and that's what they did Friday. They tested it, said they were good, so.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, just make 100% sure you are good to go, and then follow that up with an email to us.
Okay,
All right?
will do.
And then as far as the radio tower, I didn't even know how to ask that question or answer that question, but I guess we'll wait till Shaq gets back, and then
Yeah.
we'll address that and take that up with that. Okay? Anything else?
That's everything on my end for today.
All right.
Unless you guys got other questions?
How long does that last, that certification?
1 year.
1 year?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have to do,
Make
So you
sure
gotta
that
start
you.
now, right?
I know it, so every year, we have to have a annual inspection.
Mhm.
Every 5 years, we have to do the weights and things like that. So every year doesn't cost much for the annual. It's the 5-year that's normally the pricey one, so that's what
All
we're gonna
right,
do.
let's make sure it stays in use.
We will.
Okay,
That way we don't run into that issue again.
all right,
Okay. Thank you,
Thank you.
gentlemen.
all right. Okay, the detective vehicle discussion was already taken care of, the liquor license is taken care of, transfer order, Don, is what, all that I have left.
We're gonna transfer 400,000 from the general fund 001 to capital fund 004 for 2022 capital expenditures. Move we approve order number 1-2022.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve order number 1, 2022 for the transfer of 400,000 from the general 001 to the capital 004 for the 2022 capital expenditures. Any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, attorney's report.
Commissioners, a couple things to report. I think you guys will recall the Ellis Lewis case, the complaint that was filed with the district court. Commissioner Copenhaver, just so you understand, it was a approval that the county did of a subdivision request contingent on a CDOT access permit before any buildings be placed on the property. Don can give you more information if you want, but basically, it was down in the Summit Lake West 2 subdivision. Is that the?
Yeah, it goes, accesses through a subdivision that was never fully created. So the roads are 30-foot wide easements, and none of them are in very good shape.
And so in essence, the county said, you know, you're free to build, but coming off of that 184 access, in order to put more residences down there, you need to get CDOT's approval, and CDOT, it seems like, is gonna request a turn lane coming off that road. The landowner did file a complaint, naming us and CDOT. The court dismissed CDOT from the case and now has dismissed the case as to us. The court did allow Mr. Lewis, the landowner, leave to amend his complaint, and so he has 35 days if he wants to try to amend it and refile it to state a claim. But basically the court found that he didn't state a claim as to us, and so at this point the case is dismissed, but he does have 35 days to file an amended complaint if he chooses to do so. We just got that order. Our other land use case with the fish property south of town, I updated you guys a couple weeks ago on the order. We did attempt to get that order served on the property owner by a private process server. He went down to that property and actually was fearful for his safety, and so came back to us and said that he wasn't able to get that document served, and so the sheriff's office is going to work on getting that done so we can start that 30 days taken to get that property into compliance per the court order. The only other thing we did get yesterday, CDPHE and I have been working together to get the restrictions on the property down at the old Carver landfill. That is all done, and so I'll get that in front of you guys next week for final approval, but those title restrictions are complete. We just need to execute the document at this point, and so it came in late yesterday, but I'll get it to you next week, and we'll get that done.
Okay. All right, with that, I saw James just walk in. If you want to come up, James, and we'll listen to your report.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Morning.
So just to kind of catch you up on what my my program has been doing lately is mainly just grant writing. We are really focused in mainly on the federal RAISE grant, which is a pretty large pot of money, and they require no local match on that. So this is one to put a lot of effort into. It's a pretty extensive grant application, so I mean, I've got Nicole Glasner working with me on that, so we're teaming up on it. It's going to be a hard press to be able to make the deadline on it, but we'll do our best on that one. But we've also got 3 others lined up beyond that, and so we'll put effort in. Everything we put into this grant, I guess we're really going to be figure out more questions that we can use for later applications. So anyway, that's consuming us pretty much for the time being. But we're also have been engaging with doing some of the drought mitigation strategies. We'll all be doing a little video. Each department head will be talking about what we're planning to do as far as drought mitigation and trying to get some public messaging out. We'll of course talk a little bit about wildfire on that also. And on that note, I had a meeting last week with the regional state forester. They're indicating that some money has come into the Department of Natural Resources up Denver. Apparently those folks really don't manage grants like they're being assigned to this time, so it's kind of first round for them, I think. But what the state forester is telling us is that we ought to apply for some of that money, which could be used for a wildland-urban interface. We're currently still coordinating with the Dwarf working group and trying to identify places and landowners that we can work with and try to hook them up with that source of money. One of the things we're trying to figure out is it sounds like the money would be available only to local governments and perhaps to nonprofits. So we're working up a strategy on how we can do either a pass-through on that or try to get WAP, Wildfire Adaptive Partnerships, lined up to handle that. Between the two of us, we'll try to figure out what we can do and bring a report back to the commissioners on that. The one piece of good news, I think, is that what I heard from the state forester is that there is a local match required for this. And of course, if we're working on private property, I'm just assuming that the private property owner would be the one responsible for that match. However, the state forester also said that we should just make a proposal up there. They've been assigned to get this money out the door and to do the work on the ground. So his idea is really just to kind of pitch a proposal out to them and tell them, hey, this is what we can match, or this isn't what we can match, and just kind of let the chips fall where it lies. Because those guys really are under some pressure to get some work done on the ground. So anyway, long story short, maybe we can alleviate some of that local match, which would be really helpful. So we'll continue to work on that. We've got a couple meetings set up for the rest of the week to help kind of coordinate on some of that and figure some of those pieces out also. So I guess that is kind of my report for this week. Anything from the commissioners?
No, I have nothing. Appreciate it.
I will just tell you, be available via text probably Friday while I'm at CCI. You saw that email that I sent to you on America the Beautiful.
Yes.
That's gonna be discussed, so whatever I can't answer on my own, just be available for me.
Okay.
And it sounds like that's gonna take place in the morning, so I'll shoot you text back and forth.
Sounds good. Yeah, I will leave you with one last thought on that. Is one of the other mandates that's come down from the Biden administration is to really look for and identify alternative sources for minerals in particular. And you know, it's basically to try to meet, you know, the clean energy mandates and everything. So they've got a little bit of a, they've got two opposing kind of mandates, and really what needs to happen is those two need to come together. If they're going to say, hey, we need to find 30% of land that we need to conserve, we need to first find, and perhaps at the same time, find the other 30% of the land where we need to get the rest of the resources. You know, so there's a piece of this that is just completely missing. So anyway, just thought I'd leave that with you.
It's called reality.
Well, I'll visit with you before I go up there.
That sounds good, yeah.
I changed my flights. I'm not gonna actually fly up until, keep my fingers crossed, until early Thursday morning.
Okay.
I'll still be able to make the 9 o'clock meeting, but,
Okay.
so I'll get with you tomorrow just to kind of make sure we're on the same page and be able to discuss everything at CCI while I'm up there.
Yep, sounds good.
So, that's all I have.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Very good. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. And just to kind of let everybody know, to bounce back up, the noxious weed, Bonnie was taking care of some ill kids, so she was not going to be here, so we just eliminated that from our agenda today. County Administrator's report, Shaq Powers is not here unless he left something for you, Don.
He did not have any report for me to transfer to you.
Okay, then Commissioner's report, I'll go to Commissioner Kopenick.
Really, I haven't had much going on this last week. Couple of calls, very, very minor stuff that I was kind of out the last part of last week with a head cold. I wasn't participating in too many things because I didn't want anybody else to get it.
Yeah, I didn't have much, some emails that I answered and a lot of emails coming through here, but today is election day for municipalities, so if you're out there, have a ballot in your hand, go vote. Vote. And also, this coming weekend, there's gonna be a lot of traffic on our highways. Sukla sale is going on, the Home and Garden Show is going on out east, so be cognizant of the traffic and enjoy yourselves. Because I think next week we might be blessed with a little bit of moisture.
Hopefully.
That's it.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good. Wednesday, familiar with that sound?
Yep, there they go.
Anyway, Wednesday, my first meeting started with Attorney McLaren. We put out on our website, Facebook site, a public information for what's happening up at Ironwood. We keep getting requests, what's going on. So we felt that it was in our best interest to go ahead and update the public of what's happening up there. So that you can find on our website and our Facebook site of where we're at within that project. I also had a phone call yesterday from a lady out east of town that has a large piece of property. I did forward those emails on to you gentlemen so that you could see that. She called me yesterday saying that she could take a lot of that material, till it into her ground or whatever she does. It's just a matter of they can't pay for the transportation, so I advised her to get a hold of the mill and maybe they could work something out together. I attended for Commissioner Copenhaver because he was ill, a business after hours in Memphis with the new chamber, or the new chamber director, I believe, or relatively new. Got to meet a lot of people out there that night, and had a great discussion with the lady from a housing program, and I don't have that off the top of my head, but more or less deed restrictions for getting ready to go into my meeting with the housing authority as far as deed restrictions on properties that they might be able to move on or not with. I had a housing authority meeting. It was a great discussion. We are going to sell some of the orphan properties that we have. We are in the process of purchasing a piece of property north of Safeway to be able to put a PUD in there. Obviously, I'll be working with the city and not the county. And that will be a pretty good endeavor. Had a CCI steering committee meeting on Friday. Just this is a short one. No voting took place. Just kind of went over some of the bills. One of the big ones that we're going to discuss a lot of, and I've also forwarded you guys information on that, is the collective bargaining, which is still on the table for school districts and counties. I think the biggest one that we saw, Weld County, Coursera, a very large county, but just this is anticipated to cost them between 40 and 60 million if this collective bargaining bill is passed. The numbers that we had together were between 3 and just under 4 million for this county, if that was to happen. So that'll be a big discussion also in Thursday, Friday's meeting in Denver at CCI. Had a lot of interesting conversations this week and a lot of interesting emails that our emergency manager, our landfill planning, everybody is responding to as far as wildfire mitigation, cleanup, so on and so forth. And that is about all that, it's about all that I have. So then the last thing is Mr. Hinds is still in the room, so I will address this also, and then gentlemen chime in anywhere. So I don't think there are any personal vendettas that are being placed by any of our staff. On December, I think it was 21st, I'd have to go back and look at the YouTube video, but Farmers gave us, basically gave us an ultimatum and said, we are divorcing you and you have 30 days to get off of our system and to go on down our way. So with that, if you have ownership of something in our facilities, it's proper to have that ownership go back to you of your components, because it's not ours, it's not owned by the county. Therefore, once we were divorced, it's better to make sure that those go back to the owner, or rightful owner, which is Farmers in this point in time, which was addressed at the fairgrounds earlier. So I think that's kind of it in a nutshell. Gentlemen, if you want to add to that. or?
No, no.
Do you wanna say why?
Mr.
we
Copenhaver?
first, you guys? Do you wanna address that part?
I-
Because neither one of you two did.
What's that?
The reason that I my board came to that conclusion.
So,
Because it was the harassment.
here's what I'm gonna do is, if anybody else wants to watch anything, you can see what was presented on the December, I'm gonna say it was the 21st meeting, but let me look back on my calendar, and everybody can see what went on, and if any questions arise at that point in time, that way it's all documented, and everything is there, so that I don't want to translate what I thought was said. It's easier just to have people watch that video, and then if questions arise from there, I think that would be more appropriate, because in that way, it's actually on the YouTube video. So I will find the actual date. It was on a Tuesday, the 21st. If it wasn't the 21st, it would have been the 14th. So with that, I will leave that.
So I
and
think
that's
at
where
this
we're at.
point, there's no public comment.
No, there isn't. So, we did request a board-to-board. A board-to-board was denied because we wanted to get,
All you were gonna do.
okay, there's no public comment right now. So do we want,
Was why I wouldn't let
Yeah.
Jim McLean
Okay.
in my office.
so are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we have come to the end of our agenda. Gentlemen, we have a Board of Health meeting at 1:30, and we will reconvene here. So if I have,
Motion to adjourn, Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
okay, it's been moved and seconded to adjourn this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, and we will reconvene as the Board of Health at 1:30. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm Amanda Mullen. I'm one of the family doctors here in town. And I think I'm being appointed today, so.
I'm Dr. Kent Aiken, the current Montezuma County Public Health Physician.
Cheryl Copenay from Montezuma County Commissioner.
Jim Candelaria, County Commissioner.
Kent Lindsay, County Commissioner.
Ian McLaren, County Attorney.
Bobby Locke, Public Health Director.
Laurel Schaefer, Assistant Public Health Director.
Did everyone approve the minutes? Did everybody have any comments on them? Were you good with the January? Okay, perfect. Okay. Well, so first on our list is our appointment. However, I'm going to jump a little bit in front of that, okay? And I want to thank Dr. Aiken. I hope I don't cry. I know. I want to thank you for all your years of service to our county and personally to me over the past 2 years. I don't know if I can do this. Yeah. So for the many years of service to the Montezuma County as a whole, as our medical officer, the past 2 years you've gone above and beyond, sharing your knowledge, expertise, and compassion with all of us. Every single person. People that have contacted you all hours of the day and night with a question. You've always answered them. I personally thank you from the bottom of my heart. In recognition of this work, we'd like to present you with a plaque commemorating your years of service to the county. And I knew if I told you I was doing this, you wouldn't want to come.
Awesome.
Now we need a picture.
She's got to go to the powder room for 1 second. Give her a minute.
Well, it's really, really nice. I'm going to wait till Bobby comes back.
So it's way too quiet in here, and I can't.
We can't just sit with our thoughts.
So
Bobby, just one picture. You're better. You're fine.
I have to dry my tears. Where do you want us? Right here? Oh, I feel kind of odd. Let me go like this.
All right. We can both have our hands on the flag.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby.
You've been an awesome person as well as physician and everything else. We really, really appreciate you. So,
I have a wonderful team at the Health Department. You have a wonderful team at the Health Department.
We do.
You've made it really a special place to be a part of. We live in a great county. And I will say it again, that the partnerships that we've all formed, and I in particular feel close to so many people now that I didn't really know very well before. And it's been a wonderful opportunity. I'm very happy to have been a part of Montezuma County Public Health Department and to work with all of you, everyone else on our teams. Thank you.
oh, thank you.
awesome. Well, I'm going to add to that a little
Yeah,
bit. but,
please do.
Because, you know, like Bobby said, specifically the last few years, I was fortunate enough to deal with you and the Public Health Department. I think Bobby got to hear from me at least 2-3 times a week, just trying to figure out what in the world was going on and still not really knowing what was going on. You know, thank you for your leadership and helping us guide the county in the directions that we were being pulled in so many different directions and trying to figure out what made sense to keep us going. And I will agree with you, we live in a wonderful county, and hopefully we can stop the polarization that's going on and bring us back together as a county and a community to just carry things forward and and continue this path. So, there are kind of some big shoes to fill, and, you know, with the teamwork that we created, I think that can absolutely be done. And again, I personally want to thank you also, Dr. Aiken. Man, it works well when a team works together, and obviously displayed that it doesn't if it doesn't. And I say we are very blessed. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and again, it's really been a pleasure. And as far as bringing the county back together, I completely agree with that. I interact with a lot of people on a one-to-one basis every day, and I think we all get along, and if we could all get along in the bigger sense of being a community, why it would really be a wonderful thing, and I'm confident that we can have that happen. I think that it will happen, so.
Very good, and I am too.
Yes, thank you very much. Your guidance to not just Montezuma County, but the other agencies involved in this county was greatly, greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Well, I think on the agenda now, we'll go back to number 2, which is the appointment of our new medical officer for public health. So we have Dr. Amanda Mullen here, and the commissioners, you met with Dr. Mullen last week and had a chance to discuss a few things and just kind of ask her questions. And in front of you is a contract if you are willing to appoint her as the medical officer for Montezuma County. There are big shoes to fill, but I 100% feel she can do it, and I think Dr. Aiken does too. That's why, you know, we both are recommending that you appoint her as medical officer.
All right. Do you have anything to add, Amanda?
I don't think so. These are big shoes to fill for sure, and I'm excited to be part of this team.
You know, like I said, the teamwork, you know, if Shaq was here, teamwork makes the dream work, but he's not here, so, but really, it is a team effort, and I'll tell you, in the last 2 years, it's even heightened my awareness as far as you have to have a good, strong team around you, and may not always agree on everything. As I look to Bobby, may not always agree on everything.
We agree to disagree and move forward, right?
Agree to disagree and still come up with a very good conclusion at the end, and I appreciate that. And the only question that I had for you was, what's your time in 18 miles?
Oh my gosh.
I knew that was, you weren't going to get
that
away
was
with
coming up. I don't know what my time is, but I'm not very fast. I know that. But I do love biking, so I could be convinced to.
All right, well, we already signed you up.
So. Okay.
Aren't you on call that day or something?
Maybe, I might be on call.
We'll fix that. We'll work through that.
We'll fix that.
I really don't have any questions at all. You know, obviously the commission has looked at it, we've seen the contract. Gentlemen, you guys don't have anything, I know that you didn't have any questions or comments on that.
You were good with.
Yeah. Okay.
I would so move that we appoint Dr. Amanda Mullen as the county medical officer.
Second.
Okay, well then this is going to become official now, is that it's been moved and seconded to appoint Dr. Amanda Mullen as our new county board of health position for Montezuma County. All right.
Thank you.
And they are big shoes.
Thank you.
They're big shoes, but they're yours to shine.
Awesome.
There you go.
Thank you.
That's a good way to put it. I like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pass this to you, Amanda.
Okay. I might need a pen too.
I got it.
Thank you.
It's coming also.
Thank you very much.
And Dr. Aiken officially retires from practice at the end of June, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he's going
Your
to.
last day is when?
Well, that depends on my partners.
Okay.
Officially, it'll be the June the 30th, but if they don't schedule me to work, why, it might be a little sooner. We'll see.
hopefully they won't do that.
Well, good.
Okay.
Well, Amanda, you are now official, so congratulations.
Yeah,
Very
where's-
much.
where's Kim?
Congrats.
Thank you.
Where did Kim go? Oh, she's sitting over there. So,
Let's see that, see if she went to script writing school.
I did.
and then Kim, we'll get a copy of that too, right? When
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, then I think we can move on to our next topic. And this is purely, I'm delivering information and gathering your input on, okay? So there is an opportunity for wastewater surveillance through the state, and this is to surveil SARS-CoV-2 and the B2 variant in particular. So multiple counties have opted in to do it. A lot of the counties are on the front range. But, you know, that's just the nature of the beast. There is some facts about it would be we'd only be able to have the municipalities collect the wastewater. So all your rural folks on septic, nobody like that would be available to have this done. But given that, it would be several institutions that we would have to partner with. They have to do the collection themselves. This is not something that public health goes in and does the collection. They have to actually scoop the water out and package it and send it to the state. It would be done twice a week. There is no financial compensation to do this. So it's basically doing the work in kind to send it to the state. The reimbursement, the samples go in twice a week, typically on Mondays and Thursdays, and less frequent sampling of that is not necessarily helpful or meaningful because it doesn't show trends. It is not an option for the state to come down and do this themselves, so it has to be done at the local level. And the purpose of analyzing the wastewater, it also goes in conjunction with the surveillance of estimated trends, meaning looking at case data, looking at positivity, looking at hospitalizations, all of that information. Now, I looked at the map this morning, and the closest I see right now is the town of Telluride has had some in the wastewater. But typically what happens is it shows up in the wastewater before they start actually seeing cases. And it can be like up to 2 weeks prior to actually seeing cases. So that's what I have to report on this opportunity through the state. I have not reached out to our partners, our municipalities or anything yet, because I wanted to bring it to you all as our Board of Health to see if this is something you would be interested in. It obviously does not prevent COVID from coming to our community. It doesn't prevent that from happening. It's more of a situational awareness so that the communities know, okay, it is here, and it's probably just a matter of time to actually get a case or somebody testing positive, and hopefully the hospitals would not be impacted by that. So, but it's just kind of it's a tool in the toolbox.
Kind of like an early warning system.
Yeah, it's a good way to look at it.
So, we had a lot of conversations last year, specifically with one of the commissioners from Telluride who was on all of our calls on Monday nights. And they were doing this, that's why, obviously I was aware of it.
Right.
But it was, so for me, even though they were testing and knowing it, it didn't change anything that the rest of us were doing at all. It was just like, well, it's here. Well, we all knew it was here also. It's just a matter of how do we mitigate it? How do we take care of it? So I'm not sure that it did anything for them. I'll reach out to her and ask her if it was, I don't have anything against it, but I'm just saying, if it's just the municipality,
it would just be
they have the manpower to actually physically do that every 2 weeks? Because now it's
twice a week, not every 2 weeks.
I'm sorry,
Twice a week.
Twice a week.
Right.
And I know it's just a simple water test, but it still has to be packaged,
Sure.
sent.
Yeah.
And then who's collecting the data? Is it all with the state? Does it come back? and then what really does it do as far as a doctor, what does it do for us in our path forward? Because they were just as, even though they knew it was there, they had no, it didn't change anything that any of us did, so.
I think those are good questions and real concern, and a couple of questions that I would have is, you know, how quickly do we get the results after we send one of these tests in? So will we know in real time if we're starting to detect this more? One of the things that came to my mind as we're having this discussion is these booster shots for immunizations. And there's some controversy about whether you should get a booster and who should get a booster and when should you get a booster. And one of the articles that I was recently reading suggested that you should hold off on getting a booster because the immunity after a booster obviously doesn't last, you know, more than a couple of months or 3. And here we are at the 4th booster already. But that if the occurrence of COVID in your area were to start to show up, that's a time to get a booster, and preferably try to get it as quickly after you find out that, you know, it's starting to increase. So I don't know, and again, I think more questions would have to be asked of the state, but, you know, if we got this information, and if that gave us a 2-week lead time, and if we could get that information out to the public to suggest that it might be a good time to get a booster, that could be helpful. And that's about the only thing that comes to my mind at this point where we might make some public health recommendations based on the information. You know, we get, at least Bobby and Laurel and I get a monthly, and Amanda will, a weekly update on what the percentage of positive tests at the hospital is. And the report that I got this morning was that last week we had 3% of our test positive, which is the lowest that it's been in almost a year. So that's great. And we could wait until we start to see an increasing percentage to tell people that it's coming back to the community. But if this wastewater gave us a couple of weeks lead time, that would be better to get that booster early, so that you then had some time for your body to regenerate the immunity. Again, I think we'd want to talk with the state a little bit more about whether or not that's a reasonable use of that information.
Because it really is going to be well, for us, it's going to be a no fiscal impact at all because we have nothing as far as wastewater. It would be for the Cortez Sanitation District, and then Memphis and Dolores who run their own wastewater. So I'm not sure that it's really within our decision. You know, if we want the data, fine, and if they're willing or have the manpower to do it, I mean, I think it would be really up to them because we have no fiscal note with it for us.
Sure. Where my take was on it, I didn't want to proceed with talking to the municipalities, asking them to do this for us, if you all, as the Board of Health, weren't in support of gathering that information, you know, because I have to reach out to them individually. First of all, it's not like we can have a big old meeting about it. I have to check with each one to see if they're even interested. Do they have the manpower to do this? And I have questions like what Dr. Aiken was asking, you know, if we send it in, and how long, well, supposedly, how long does it turn around to get the result, and how effective is that really going to be an indicator for us if it's a week and a half from the time you took the sample?
Yeah, you've ruined
You know, we're down to 2 days notice, right, if we have a problem, and so.
I guess that was my point in the beginning, talking to Telluride. Just because they were testing, it didn't change anything because we weren't getting the resources to do anything anyway. So we were all in the same boat, and it didn't change anything. So I'm not opposed to it.
So I guess what I would like from you all is if you are on board with me pursuing the municipalities to see if, because they may not want to do it. They may want to be like, we just can't. We don't have the capacity to do it, and I would respect that. That's the end of the conversation. If they can't do it, I understand. But I didn't want to let this opportunity go without bringing it up to you all, because it is something that it's presented to every county if they're interested in doing it. And I wasn't willing to make that decision on my own. I wanted to ask you all.
Until I know what the state's turnaround is, because 2 weeks doesn't do us any good, then it's just a
Okay.
waste of a bunch of people's time. And
Okay.
it's just another way for the state to say, oh, let's do this, this, and this, but then
Right.
they don't get it done, and we watch that
Right.
unfold in front of our eyes every day. So, like I said, I'm not opposed to it, but I'm not sure that we're gonna get any real data from it that's gonna be beneficial to us as we move forward, from what I've seen in the past. And it could change, I mean, I'm
Sure.
open-minded
Sure.
to that, but I don't.
So how about if I reach out to the wastewater treatment folks, wastewater surveillance folks, and get an answer on this turnaround? When do we get the sample results of what is being sent to the state? And then is it okay to email you the answer to that?
I'm
Is
okay
that,
with that, but I mean, just thinking about it logically, so you collect the samples and they either have to go FedEx or mail, just like we were doing with our test. Car runs off the road in a snowstorm, boom, 7 days, now the tests are no good. I mean, it's the reality of we live on this side of the mountain and Denver's on that side of the mountain. And we faced that all through COVID, and everything we got was not adequate. So it just, like I said, if they are willing to do it.
they meaning the municipalities?
Water the municipalities. But I'm very leery of the data we're gonna get is gonna be, well, okay, we needed that 2 weeks ago and we don't have it. So if it was something I knew was gonna go from here to Denver, be tested and we're back in 24 hours, yeah, I'd probably be a little bit more feeling open, but I think it's just gonna be a waste of a lot of people's time and effort, and there's no, the state's not gonna do anything to help us with it. So
No, there is definitely no fiscal incentive or, compensation for the
do
use
it.
of your time. No,
So
there's not.
they're using it
That's-
just strictly for a data
They're
point,
gathering,
in my
right,
opinion,
right.
and at that point in time, it doesn't. And it's only getting the municipality. So
Right.
8,000 in Cortez,
Right.
600 in Dolores, 700 in Macon.
10,000
And
total.
the biggest part of the unincorporated part.
And I
of town is
specifically
that-
asked the state that question, that in rural communities, the majority of people live in rural. So how does that really represent Montezuma County? But anyway, it's just to give you an idea if it's in your area. That is really all it is. And I personally, as the public health director of the health department, am fine either way you want me to take this, because I do think it's a nice to know. Is it gonna be helpful? I don't know. I think looking at our neighboring counties, looking at Mesa County historically, when they got something, 2 weeks later, we get it. That seems to be and that's a very generic way of looking at it, but that is the trend that we have seen. So,
I think that we need to change direction, and you guys slap me if I'm gonna jump way off this boat here, but, just like we talked about last time, we need to start educating people on how do you take care of yourself physically, emotionally, mentally, and, eat right, sleep right, exercise, do the things so we don't care if that community is disrupted and in 2 weeks they're undertaken by anything. I think our whole focus needs to change, and we need to get back to, that's just more data that shows people, well, here's data, and it doesn't mean anything to the average person. Now, would it mean something to us? Yeah, but if we make a healthier community just by our education, I think that's, I think we need to get off of this boat that the state keeps sending us down and focus on something ourselves. So.
I hear what you're saying. As the director of the health department,
I know.
I'm messaging you
I know
this
that.
opportunity. So, because I agree with what you're saying, but I,
You're, you know, throwing rocks at it, like basically. We are a tourist destination, so we're not getting a true read through our wastewater of our community. We're getting a picture of all of these people that come through here.
absolutely, yeah. And, you know, I mean, that's been the case from the beginning, right? I mean, because we, you know, we are in the Four Corners region. We have people who work here who live in a different state, vice versa. We have employees who work here but live in La Plata County. And, I mean, it's all over the place like that, right? So it is not necessarily, we don't know if that positive wastewater are from all the people who live in Montezuma County. No, we don't know that. That's from people who've used our system.
Right.
That's what it means, so.
I mean, just what flowed through our business during the last 2 years. We had a lot of tourists.
Sure.
Leaving places that were, really had a lot of infection. And came out here to get away from it.
Sure, sure.
I guess I'm okay with the email. If they decide they wanna do it, there's no fiscal note to us, data doesn't hurt to have, but I don't wanna focus on, I would like to get
I know.
down the road, because just dwelling on this anymore is, it's a burden to a lot of people.
I don't think their turnaround time is gonna be all that.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not gonna be cheap to send those things overnight either, to send them twice
Apparently,
a week.
the state's picking up the cost of it, because nobody else is, the municipalities are not gonna pay for it to send it. They're gonna have to pay for the time that it takes to do the actual work.
How long does it take to collect the sample?
You know, from the video, from the information, the webinar that I sat through, it's like the little cup, they dip it into the water and.
It's not
It's
so
not,
much that, because they have to test so much anyway.
right.
That's what I'm thinking,
But
if it's just another tube in their normal
Twice a
testing.
week like that is, you know, and so much of it depends on the turnaround, like what you're talking
Right.
about, how long.
And I don't know
That's the
that.
biggest thing. How long is it gonna take to get the results back? Because if that's not coming back fairly rapidly, it's not gonna do us any good.
Right.
It's just a waste of time, you know, and. to
What do
me,
you think is a reasonable time, a turnaround? Like, if they send it in today, should we know in 48 hours? If it's more than 48 hours, is that excessive? I mean, I'm just looking at the two physicians
If you
to see
still
what
got a
you guys
week
think.
heads up though that it was coming, like even if it took a week for that information to get back to you, and it's like, well, in a week, we're potentially gonna be seeing a surge of cases. I think that would still be helpful, but.
Yeah, I don't know, I think 72 hours to 96, I mean, that, certainly a week could still give us some good information, but the longer the delay, the less useful it's gonna
Right.
be. And again, I mean, as Commissioner Candelaria has said, you know, are they intending for us to have this as useful information for our community, or is it more just surveillance and data? And I think that really is a huge point. You know, if they really intend to give us an early alarm that we could alert the community to, then it might be worthwhile. But if it's just, well, we'll get it back to you whenever we can, or the information isn't going to be really in a way that we can feel comfortable in alerting the community, then, you know, I think it is probably a waste of time.
What's San Miguel's turnaround time? You got any idea?
I don't know. I haven't talked to them specifically about this. I was just poking around, and I heard on a director's call last week that it was in San Miguel, and then I looked at the map today, and it's specifically Telluride, so, which would be where the waste treatment is. Right. So, you know, I don't know what the turnaround is, but I can sure ask the director, but.
I would ask her, and then you can send us back an email, and then we can obviously make a decision based on
Okay.
that, but, you know,
No, I
lived
100%
with this
agree.
for 2 years with you guys, and the information we kept getting back was less than desirable, and then it was, well, hey, there's a boat going by in 2 days, you should jump on it, we're 4 days down the road. Well, yeah, that boat went by
Yeah.
I'm not negative, I'm just, that's
Sure,
real, that
sure.
was what we
Sure.
dealt with.
Right.
So, yeah, if we could get the data and
Mhm.
turn around in 48 hours and something was actually logical, but I don't, I think we're living a pipe dream if we think that's gonna happen where we are at in Southwest Colorado. I don't.
Well, I think that gives us a reasonable way to answer the question whether or not we want to participate, though. Because if you have that knowledge of what the turnaround is, that really determines whether or not we would want to jump on board with this. Because if it's delayed, then it's not a useful tool. But, so I'll find out from the state.
It's just gathering data, that's stuff in report, put
Well,
on a shelf somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, if you go on the CDPHE website and you read it, and in the webinar I was on, it's about, this is one piece of the puzzle of surveillance, meaning looking at case data, looking at hospital data, looking at positivity rate, which, again, there's a whole conversation about positivity rate, right? Because there's people with home tests all over creation now that are not part of the ratio when you're doing a positivity rate, right? So a positivity rate, honestly, at this point, is not a useful piece of information to base anything on, because that was stated in this conversation that we were having. So anyway, it's taking all of the pieces and trying to make a picture of it, but, you know, this is just one
I
piece
think
of
we
the
can say that COVID is here to stay,
virus.
and we don't know what that rate is gonna be at, I mean,
Mhm.
depending on the time of year and the
Mhm.
density of the air and how, I mean, there's, gosh.
Okay, well, my takeaway is I will email the state, get an answer, I'll email all of you on the answer, and then we can go from there, okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. Oh, next on our agenda, continued discussion regarding healthy living in Montezuma County.
We did.
We're gonna continue that.
We're gonna continue that discussion.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I kind of spearheaded this conversation, and this is a follow-up conversation from the last board meeting that we had, and we discussed collaborating with other community entities, and you know, a physical challenge was brought up, and I think that's great. We do like to collaborate with other community entities, but it doesn't always serve everyone. So I kind of struggled with that for a little bit, working with some of our staff. Like right now, the health department there's several of us that are involved in the, I can't remember what it's called, Biggest Loser Challenge. You know, but that's definitely not the majority, you know, of people. But as far as the health department goes, in kind of spearheading a challenge like this, I touched base with several of our prevention staff members. And we all agree that there's a need for an overall behavioral health focus / education campaign. You know, normalizing the fact that it's okay to identify your individual self-care needs, because that looks different on all of us. It really, really does. Again, some of us want to compete and run a race and do things, and some of us don't, you know. So, you know, there's other things. So some of the ideas that were brought up for people, we discussed this, taking walks, serving others and volunteering. You know, we're kind of thinking of campaigns that we can do. You know, craving more time with family and friends and kids. I mean, for a lot of working parents, that's a huge need. But encouraging that time, it does help you become a better parent, a better person. So there are so many options to keep in a healthy space as an individual, and for those to be supported within reason by leadership was brought up quite a bit, whether that be an employer or other leadership positions in the community. one of our prevention staff, if I can pass these out, shared this with me, and this is strategies from a rural health perspective. This is from the county health rankings, surveys, and reports, and I will share a link to that website. It's actually really educational. I stayed on there for probably an hour the other day. But as public health, so I thought this would be a good time to bring this up too, is we are tasked under the Public Health Act of 2018 to provide a community health needs assessment every 5 years in our community. We did one in 2018, and then again, then COVID hit. So we are working, we're starting to have these discussions again, moving past COVID, which is awesome, and into what we need to be doing in our communities. So we are getting ready to start working on that again. This process outlines a series of recommended steps for local public health departments to facilitate, which we did, and we include other stakeholders in the community. And we conduct a health and capacity assessment for the community. So this is really where public health's wheelhouse is when it comes to education and prevention. I think that the Wellness Committee and Public Health could definitely do something together to accomplish some small wins within the county employee pool, and we're definitely willing to work with them. I know 2 of our employees are on that committee, and we've talked about a few things. And we do have some rural health funding that she's aware of that we could use if, the Health and Wellness Committee wanted to do something. But we're also going to use some of that funding to really do our jobs on a much broader level when it comes to being active in the community. So, things like normalizing, identifying what self-care looks for you as an individual, I think sometimes that needs to be discussed. I think, some people, I know a couple of people that told me that they just work, and they feel guilty taking time for themselves, but they spend all day serving people around them. I'm sure doctors know that feeling. And just kind of putting some stuff out there, some campaigns that talk about that. So I have a few that we can share with. But as far as public health goes, we are working really hard in the Suicide Prevention Coalition, and we're making progress. She was talking with me about this, that in the recent years, mental health has become more of a topic that we can openly discuss, but it's taken years to get to that point, and we definitely have a long way to go to ensure that we're continuing to make progress. Out of that group, we have a private business owner that has approached us about doing an annual, I think they're going to call it Rise Southwest Suicide Awareness Walk, and they've created. They came to us and they were like, "Can you help us do this? Let's do this together." So the partnerships are great. The CTC program, our Communities That Care program, is making progress. Our Nurse Family Partnership helps families learn parenting and other important skills every single day. WIC helps families with food. Our dental program is super busy, our affordable dental program. And anytime somebody comes in for any of those programs, we refer internally as needed or externally, because all of these programs work with other programs in the community. And I think, COVID was terrible and has had a huge impact on us, but it's also been beneficial when it comes to collaborating. We collaborate a lot with a lot of other community members that are doing this same kind of work. I know right now there are several entities in the community that are working on a health assessment. We've talked about that in the CIP group about, everybody's doing like a health assessment. So, that could potentially mean 2 or 3 surveys in 1 year going out to our people? Why aren't we doing these things together? Why aren't we pulling together our services and trying? And I know we all have different needs. Like it would be difficult to work with the hospital health assessment because they have to find out different things. But you know, I think as leaders in the community, you know, advocating and promoting participation in these things, these assessments and these surveys or whatever they're doing, stakeholder engagements, is super beneficial. You know, I was just on a call that was derived from the last fishbowl, our last health assessment in 2018. It's called the Behavioral Health Action Team, and we've been meeting since 2018, just trying to figure out how to approach certain things in the community. I said today I felt like I was in the twilight zone because I feel like we just like go in circles, you know, like let's do something. Let's work together, let's do something, let's just get it out there instead of deciding, you know, we don't know if this is gonna work for everyone. Well, then everyone won't take advantage of it, but the people that it will work for, it will. Currently, right now, we're working on a letter to go out to provider licensed, either psychologists, social workers, addiction counselors, because there's a foundation called the Second Wind Foundation, and they will pay for up to 12 sessions with per youth 19 and under, and they will pay that provider to see that youth 12 times in 1 year. And we think that's a huge benefit. Does that benefit access? Probably not, but there's a lot of individual providers that might be willing to do that, and I think the reimbursement is fair. So that's something else we're working on when it comes to getting stuff out there. But I think that overall, the work that our community entities are doing, this is very difficult work, and we have roadblocks thrown at us all the time. I mean, most recently, it's the Healthy Kids Survey. So for post-pandemic, we will have one school in our county that will be able to provide us youth data, because for whatever reasons, you know, people were upset about that, and so now we're going to be missing that data and a youth voice for 2021. And it's super frustrating. So we're talking about how can we engage our youth? That's another concern that we have, and get their perspective. So I think, you know, with all of that, public health is willing to work on some social media communications and campaigns about the benefits of physical, nutritional, emotional, social, and positive health improvements. As far as like a challenge goes, I think that would be more of an internal employee thing, and we're totally on board. Some of us, I mean, maybe like I think 5 of us.
Not competitive, so.
Yeah. And I'm not competitive either, but I was telling someone earlier, so I did this Biggest Loser challenge because I am committed to the people that are in my group. So if I want to have a piece of brownie or whatever, and I'm not dieting and I'm just taking it casual, well, I've got 2 other people depending on me this week. So it keeps me accountable, just like my family and my kids keep me accountable, you know. So I don't necessarily want to win. I just want to do well. But I don't know if that helps. And you know, when we were talking about it earlier, or at the last meeting, you know, I know we were kind of talking about a challenge, and I think that'd be great, and it might be inspirational for other community members to see people doing those things.
So I'm gonna kind of go into, what I'm gonna say relates to the fire service.
Okay.
We'll follow this. So, and it's gonna start internally with us first. I think that everything that we do, that we promote, has to start internally first. So whether it's a challenge or you sign on for a challenge, I'm not even part of that However, it's, as far as leadership, it's saying, look, I'm committed to this also.
Absolutely.
And this whole group, because the healthier we can be, or the, you know, our behavioral health is number one. And if we're not at 100%, we're not at 100% for you or anybody that we serve. And I think that's internally. So, in the fire service, and I know that I don't have a sheriff here or nothing else, but, you know, the fire guys were always on calendars and, you know, we were, because we were always fit and in shape. And
Oh,
look at
those
the-
kind of calendars.
Yeah,
Those kind of calendars.
You had a lot of appointments.
Okay.
The other side of the coin is,
So we
you
need
know,
the Board of Health
Yeah.
calendars then, that's what you're telling us.
Sorry, Sheriff, I'm not dogging on anybody. If we don't start internally ourselves,
Absolutely.
we don't show that leadership and we don't get it out. So we can talk the talk, or we can talk it and walk it. And I guess that's where I was, me personally, it's like, what do we do internally first to just step up our game so that because we serve everybody else out there. And we need to be at the top
Yeah.
to be able to serve them. So I think that's kind of where you got that concept of that. As far as these other benefits for working with other people, because yeah, you're right. Everybody's different and you don't like a challenge. However, it doesn't mean that you're opposed to the health style of making it, whether you're outside gardening or whether you're whatever fits for you. I think that's the message we have to send out of it's healthy for you. You have to identify that yourself. And I'm not sure a survey really does that. Does it help? Maybe, but I think just individually talking to everybody that we know, it's like, man, Dr. Aiken, you're retired. Great, awesome. What are you gonna do? You're gonna go fishing? I mean, what are you gonna do? It's a conversation that you can then talk to people and you promote that. But if we're not at the top, if we're not on the high road, we're on the bottom road, and that's where people see it, and they're like, that's why I think our behavioral health issues, our mental health issues are, you know, whether it's just your family. I mean, you want to just go hang out with your kids.
Right.
For a weekend, that's awesome. That's what I did all weekend. Fantastic.
Right,
I think that's our message is that, or in my mind, that was our message is, whatever it is, whatever you need, let's talk about it, let's get that out, let's get it in the open. And
right.
one of the best books I ever read it's called The Automatic Millionaire. And it's more than just making money. But one of the biggest things that he emphasizes in there is pay yourself first and give yourself 1 hour a day. Pay yourself 1 hour a day. And why can we not get that message out? You are worth 1 hour of your day for you. Whatever that is. If it's sitting down drinking a cup of tea and just meditating, I don't.
Right. No, I hear you.
What we were talking about earlier, it's like, what is your healthy space?
Yeah,
Whatever that, and to me, like, that's almost maybe it's a catchphrase that Montezuma County adopts. You know, and I don't mean Montezuma County as Montezuma County, I mean the entire county,
Correct.
not the elected officials. I'm talking about everybody in Montezuma County, like the whole county adopts a slogan, you know, if you will, like, you know, what is your healthy space? You know, whatever that is, and make sure you give that to yourself on a daily basis.
1 hour a day. Pay yourself first, give yourself an hour of whatever that is.
I have these conversations with people every day because this is the foundation for everything with health, whether you're dealing with a chronic disease or you're trying to grow kids up healthy. And I tell people, because I talk to a lot of women that are trying to lose weight, I tell them to be kind to themselves, that this is not just a in and out thing. This is a lifelong thing, and whether being kind to yourself means taking a second away from your kids before you can take care of them and be kind to them, that's most important. And one of the big things I see is definitely people not knowing what is healthy, especially food-wise. So, and that's, for me, has been a big burden to take on as a primary care doctor, and I am trying to kind of start with myself and say, hey, what can I do to make my diet healthy and be an example to my nursing staff, be an example to my front desk staff, and then to my patients. So, and I do grab cookies, but Like, but being a good example though first is, that is the most important thing as a leader, is saying, this is what I do to eat healthy. I make half my plate veggies, and but I talk to so many people every day that don't know that a steak every night is not eating healthy. That's sorry. But, and especially in this community, meat is a huge predictor for coronary artery disease. So, and people don't know that. And I think even just getting a campaign out there that says, hey, vegetables are that is the most healthy way to go, would be huge.
Yeah, and we can totally do something like that. I think that's awesome. I think, you know, at some point, even paying for something in a newspaper, not just social media, maybe at the movie theater. You know, we did quite a few of those campaigns at the movie theater.
So I guess my thought is, the message for me to give to everybody is pay yourself first. Give yourself, and it's not my quote, it's straight out of a book. Give yourself 1 hour a day, and then let your mind develop what's good for you, along with your care providers, to kind of create a better lifestyle.
Overall.
Yeah. And that's overall, because
right.
I think that's the biggest message that we can send to people, is that, man, if you wake up every morning and the birds are chirping, the sun is shining, and you're vertical and it's time to go 100 miles an hour, then do it.
And we had quite a few discussions of availability, and you know, I don't think that availability to trails, walking in the city of Cortez is, I think they're vast. I think there's several opportunities, you know, that don't cost any money. So that, you know, we do have that advantage, and for those who want to go out further into the country, they can. We have mountains, we have lakes, we have things like that, and maybe just promoting. We talked about promoting the trails. You know, where could you go for a lunch? How long does it take? I know when we do our walk, we time ourselves. We do 3 miles, and we get it done in 40 minutes. Now we're not, you know, that's not too bad for walking. Yeah, you know, so it's not, but.
An extra 5 minutes, you can call it, get a red
card. Yeah.
We're not there yet.
You know, I'm pretty much chasing after the leader, but we still get there. You know, but there are a lot of opportunities that we could encourage in this area. I like nutrition. Our WIC department, we have funding that we've taught people how to utilize dehydrators with vegetables and fruits and that kind of stuff, and maybe, you know, maybe doing that, you know, at the annex on a larger scale.
Or a cooking class would be awesome.
And they used to do cooking classes, and if we could work with the hospital and get referrals for those things, and, you know, kind of working together. I think it's really important. Nobody wants to do surveys, but those are part of finding that information. It's just a piece of it, though. I think more importantly is partnerships and trying to figure that out. So, and I know that I'm really impressed with the Health and Wellness Committee for the county, and you're right, I think it does set an example, and hopefully we'll continue to have little challenges. And
I would like to see us as a county be the leaders in that, because really we are taking care of everybody else.
Yeah.
In every aspect of everything that we do.
Yeah. And I know, you know, I know the Health and Wellness Committee will be coming to you guys as the BOCC at some point with some ideas as employers, how you can support your employees in making a few shifts. I just have heard a few ideas, so I don't want to be the one to speak for them because I'm not on that committee. But I encourage openness to those ideas because they are outside the box a little. You know, some people are taking advantage of certain things, and some people aren't. And the people that aren't are, you know, probably should be. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there, and I think just being open to those changes or requests would be helpful and would set an example as one of the larger employers in the community. But
And it does, it takes ideas from everyone, you know, to come up with the right fit, you know, so I think that's great that
Yeah.
they've got some, maybe outside the box a little bit ideas, but that's sometimes a compromise from those outside of the box, somewhere in the middle is where you land, right? So, but I think it's good.
And the surveys probably help you figure out what the community's ready for and what they'll take advantage of, because if you put all these things out there that the community's not looking for, they're not gonna take advantage of them.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I understand that, and I get that, and
yeah, and our community survey is the one that told us about behavioral health, that that was the focus that we needed to take. And we're going to continue that focus instead of doing another survey to see, because we think it's pretty much stayed the same post-COVID.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, I mean, in there we have COVID, right, 2.5 years of all this, and if we had a behavioral health need before, I mean, you know, all you have to do is look at the amount of crime alone that's just going on, right? I mean, the drug usage, everything, so we have huge behavioral health needs in this community, bigger than it was. So, yeah, so we're not gonna necessarily take everyone's time to do another survey. We're just gonna keep working on this particular topic because it's the greatest need. And it impacts every other issue in the county, so. All right, what else? Any other last words on this topic?
I do have a question.
Certainly.
It's just come up in the last couple days. It refers back to the regulation, or I'm not sure what it was, where residences sold, the realty companies are supposed to have the septic systems pumped. And I know that there was a moratorium put on that for 6 months, but then that has expired a couple years ago.
Right.
So I take it that is still in place?
We brought it back to the commission, was that last year, 2 years ago?
Last year.
Okay, last year?
Like mid-last year,
Okay,
we
we brought
voted
it back
to
and,
opt out.
yeah, they opted out.
That's not part of
All right.
regulation 41 that we,
43.
or 43, sorry.
That was,
Um,
yeah,
that we are doing the, that's not.
so that's not even,
So the realtors do not need to deal with that?
They don't need to deal with title or transfer.
yeah,
Correct.
This is
No.
on transfer of title.
Okay, yeah.
that's
Yeah.
not existent.
You might want to inform the board of realtors, if that's the case, or not.
Well,
I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea,
It's probably
but
been a year since we
Yeah.
voted.
I know we have since gotten phone calls on that, but I know, I don't know about Melissa, but I know our environmental health person that just recently left had gotten phone calls, and I know that the information was stated that we don't have transfer of title in Montezuma County.
okay.
That is off the books now, but
Because
I don't
that
know how
was
many people that she reached with that.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
We then opted out.
right,
Yeah.
right.
All right, well, it's just come up on a couple of properties lately. So.
I'm not sure, see, CDPHE's site, we'll have to look into that, like what's online too, about that, because it was confusing, there was confusing messaging online about
I was
that.
just on there the other
And
day.
it's not, it doesn't say we have it?
I
Because
didn't
that
see
was-
transfer title on there, but I was looking at something else, similar to having your septic pumped before they would sell it, but that's actually, this instance, and I don't know if that's what you're running into, had to do with financials.
Oh.
So the banks that are doing the loans can require you to pump your tank, and then,
Okay.
and then it's up to buyer seller to figure out who pays for that.
Oh,
And so I know.
And that was part of our conversation, because I do remember that. That's a transaction between you two, not us.
Right.
And
Yeah.
you should-
but the financial institution can require that, that's just requiring the
If
pumping.
they require it,
So, yeah, that's not something that that's.
Right.
Yeah, or,
Okay.
or the buyer can require it,
yeah,
so.
that's a personal.
Good.
agreement between two
Well, I was never directly involved, so I didn't
Yeah.
know what the real deal was, cause I know it kinda went round and round a couple of times.
But yeah, officially, that transfer of title is not existent.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Yeah, sure. I will look at online though, just to make sure that that's not there, because there was confusion, because what Don was saying is exactly right. It was like put on hold, and then that hold expired, and then we finally readdressed it. But in there, in that time frame, publicly, on a public-facing spot on CDPHE, it said that we had it in place. So realtors were thinking we had it in place, the public were thinking we had it in place, but we didn't, because we were in this limbo. But it should be removed from the site now, so we'll follow up on that, for sure. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for bringing that up, John. Okay. Does anybody have anything else that we should talk about? Any burning public health issues that we haven't already? That's true, sorry. Okay, any issues in public health that we need to discuss that we haven't already discussed? I was more going to the fire danger. That's where I was going.
I think we've kind of got it covered. I mean, thank you guys for kind of talking about this, but, I just, like I said, I want to get going down the road to something normal. Hopefully we can keep people back to normal, that you're just living a healthy lifestyle, because the last 2 years have been nothing but hell.
There's a lot of recovery that has to happen, and it's gonna take time. It's not gonna happen quickly.
The quicker we start healing, the better off we are.
Yeah, all the way around.
Agreed.
Do you have any questions, Amanda?
I don't think so.
That you can, sorry, not
Okay.
Ellen.
No, it's okay. No, my mom named me Amanda. So,
That's what you told me before.
not anything burning today. Not burning, I guess, is a wrong word. Not anything that's urgent
So usually
today.
what happens is we've already talked about when the Board of Health meetings are, so our next one is July 5th.
July 5th.
From 1:30 to 3.
Okay.
And if you have specific topics that you want to discuss,
Yeah.
let me know, and we'll
Okay.
put it on the agenda. A lot of our conversations kind of bleed over into the next, that might not be the right word either, but the spill over into the next meeting, in our conversations, so, but.
Spill would mean we have.
I don't know what the word is.
How about if they just transfer?
Transfer, then we go to transfer of title,
Yeah, see, it's just.
There's no good words.
So, yeah, there was, and I don't have it on the agenda, so I don't know if I should bring it up, because I don't have it in front of me. I was participating in a rabies webinar,
Oh.
and, it was interesting, and, they were all about, find out what your local rules and regs are, and literally, it's like a one-pager, and I don't have it with me, I didn't bring it. And actually, Commissioner Copenhaver, you had signed it back when you were commissioner before, the one-page document, and, the state has, of course, oftentimes a different perspective, and, really wants animals vaccinated, throughout the county, and so that's kind of we don't have a huge prevalence of rabies here. We hope it stays that way, but we do have a lot of animal bites. And, in the city limits, the city does most of it, we still participate with it, but in the county.
I tell you something, the amount of cases has increased quite a bit in the last 10 years in the state of Colorado.
For rabies.
For rabies, period.
Throughout the state, okay.
And,
Right.
I think, the further south you go toward the Mexico border, the more likely you are to have issues with it. And, I think what people don't realize is there is no cure. there is no cure. Just for example, I had a young lady a couple years ago, as a matter of fact, they came to my house one evening because she had some issues with her horse, but she had been over at Pocosa and they had been fixing fence. And where the fence went across a little stream, they were fixing that, and she thought it was moss hanging on one of the wires. Well, when she reached up and knocked it off the wire, it was a bat. And it actually did bite her. Well, when she come to my house and she was telling me this, and I says, did you get it? Did you get the bat? Well, no. I said, did it? It actually did, because it had actually penetrated her finger. I told her, I said, you got to either go back and get that bat, and we have to get it tested, or you're going to go to get the shots, because there is no cure. She says, well, we were just going to wait and see if it took. I said, if you wait till it takes effect,
you'll die.
you're dead.
You're gonna.
Your husband is going to be raising these two kids. But people are so unaware of those, how serious of a disease that is, because it's just not, it's not something we have that much of. And I think people lose their awareness of some of this stuff. It's just.
Yeah, on the state's website, you can see kind of where cases are, you know, and our county is considered low for rabies. I'm talking in particular, dog and cat bites. We do have quite a few dog and cat bites all around this county. You know, we do a lot of education with people in regards to those animal bites. You know, it's different based on, you know, how they, if it's a pet versus a feral versus, you know, so on and so forth. So it is something that, you know, we may in the future want to re-look at that document that you had signed back then. I can't remember what year that was.
Ordinance?
Yeah, ordinance. Ordinance, you know. But I mean, we handle things right now, but of course, if there is a more increased prevalence of rabies, and it may end up seeing more in domesticated or feral cats and dogs too.
You might bring it back
So-
then, and then obviously review it, Commissioner, and.
We can put it on for next
Yeah, 'cause
Board of Health meeting, just to
You're
look at
gonna
it.
have
'Cause I'm-
more knowledge than where I'm at.
I've seen Old Yeller.
Well, that's kind of what I brought, because we were talking about, I was actually thinking of putting it on the agenda, but I didn't, because I thought we had plenty of other things to talk about. But I especially since Commissioner Copenhaver was commissioner back then, and you're a veterinarian, bring a ton of knowledge to the conversation, so I thought it would be a worthwhile conversation to have moving forward, so. I'll bring it.
Look at anything else, tetanus plague, anything like that.
Not yet.
I can tell you, and I'm gonna, these guys are gonna get angry with me here, but.
He's gonna go back to.
I'm gonna go back, what do you say,
History,
20,
back
30
in
years
time,
ago?
yeah.
No, just maybe start reviewing some of that stuff, that if we need to look at it and update it, where we have
Right.
the knowledge of
Right.
20 to 30 years, let's get it brought back up to speed of where we need to be, because it seems like we're dealing with stuff right now that was.
Well, a lot of stuff,
Dealing with.
and nothing against, anybody, but in the transfer of county managers and all these different things got lost along the way.
Yeah.
So if we need to look at that ordinance when we have that expertise, let's look at it and, if it's gotten worse, maybe we need to.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth looking at what, because this ordinance really is in regards to domesticated animals getting their rabies vaccines. That is really what this ordinance states. But having a conversation about it, do we want to have it be more stringent? I don't know. So we'll bring it and we'll talk about it, and and work through it, but yeah, it is definitely, you know, and it's been dry, so there's been, you know, all the conversations about all the things that go on in the summer, you know, between West Nile and plague, and all those conversations are coming up again at the state level, and so, yeah.
Didn't they have a case in West Nile? I read about some here close.
This year, you mean, or last year? Last year.
Another one showed up just recently.
Not that I'm aware of, not for our county, but.
I think it's for last year.
I think it's 2021.
Yeah, there was a case at the end of last year
Yeah.
that was one of ours, but it, unfortunately, the investigation, didn't happen in time to get information from the kids, so, yeah. So, but that was last year. I don't think we've had any this year. So, yeah. But, I'm sure.
Look at all of them.
There's a lot. I've been listening to different webinars from the state because, you know, to be honest, Kate Lujan, which was a very long time epidemiologist at the state, has retired. So, and she was everyone's go-to. She was my go-to with everything. I called her for every question ever in regards to any kind of communicable disease. So, anyway, she retired, and with her retirement went a lot of knowledge. So they are doing a lot of webinars to re-educate people. You know, there was one on tularemia. There was a lot of stuff that's coming out from the state, and it's very good information. You know, trying to retain it all in this brain of mine is kind of difficult, but at least I know where the resources are, and I know who the go-to is, and I can get the answers when we need it, you know, so, because there's just a lot to remember, you know, but the state veterinarian's been great. They've been doing a lot of education right now, so it's been helpful. So,
Yeah, the rabies one was very interesting. I
Yes.
just sat through both of those, you know, and I'm just a layperson when it comes to that. But the stories alone will get you hooked onto
Yeah.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
The sample stories about, you know, the lady with 12 cats, and then, you know, she hid them and she didn't want them taken away because, you know, it's just like.
12 cats, that's
But,
enough.
but the prevention methods and all of the stuff that they're trying to educate people on, it's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah. And these folks at the state, they're really passionate about what they do. And so I think they're really good resources, you know, if and when we have an issue that is like something that, you know, maybe I haven't dealt with or heard about in 10 years. I gotta have a refresher, you know, so anyway. And we currently, our communicable disease nurse position is currently still sitting open. So we don't have that position, hence why animal bites and all, I'm dealing with those right now. So all these things come up, and you become more aware of things when, you know, you don't have the staff that normally deals with it. So anyway.
Everybody is short.
I know, it is a very, very difficult time, in public health and healthcare in general, you know, for staff, so, trying to hire. Anyway. All right, well, thank you, so July 5th, 1:30.
Put it on my calendar right now.
Yeah. You have July 4th is Monday.
This is Tuesday.
Closed, holiday, Tuesday the 5th. Yeah. Okay. This was Dr. Aiken's final.
Final meeting?
Yes.
That's right.
It doesn't have to be.
You know,
I could sit out.
Well, there you go, see?
You know, there's good money in consulting.
Yes, oh, I've heard that.
Okay, well, thank you.
And there's
you,
good
everyone.
health in just sitting on the side of the shore.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I do that, it usually turns into a nap.
Nothing wrong with that either.
Can't sit still for too long.
I can't either. That's right. Can't either. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like the box?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Jim, I put one of these up on your thing there, but my wife was on Isaiah's room, she wants you to be sure to know when they, yeah. I was gonna leave that one for Shaq, I wrote it out there.
Sure. There was a little bit too much in the background, the ones I got before.
We need to take another photo again. And my eyes aren't red now, so.
I couldn't get over far enough to get your
The big R in there.